has adorned many an England team over the years. Charlie Dean, who some people tipped as a possible England captain, if not in this round, then in the future. Katie Jones with the gloves, Alex Griffiths, Amanda Jade Wellington, Wello, the Aussie leggy, Chloe Skelton, Ellie Anderson and Laura Jackson. On paper, you'd have to say Surrey look the stronger team, but it's going to be pretty tough conditions out there on a pitch which will have juiced up. As you see there, ball just jagging back in. Katya, Witney, how excited are you? This is the start of a whole new era.
Very excited. I feel like we've talked about this for so long now, and it's great.
I feel that if you're going to talk about it, we need to turn the mic on.
Fantastic. That's always a good start. Very excited. I feel like we've talked about this for so long now, that it's good to just get underway, and particularly good to see so many England players available for selection as well. We've said how important that is to making a success of this tier system.
You can see there's a bit in the pitch already. The ball's just deviated a touch off the seam a couple of times, which you would expect. The pitch has been uncovered for a while. When we arrived, there was no rain in the air. That had all passed. It had been raining from around about midnight last night through to around about 7:30 this morning. Then, I'd say the clouds lifted. They rather drifted rather than lifted. But in typical fashion, as soon as we got out there, there's just a little bit of mizzle in the air. Probably not enough to take the players off at the moment. Oh, straight through her. Smith goes. Delicious bit of bowling from Anderson. Might have just moved away a touch from that groping prod of Bryony Smith. Surrey have lost their first wicket in the first over, and they're 3 for 1.
Incredible. What a turn up that is. See the delivery again. It looked decent from here, straight through defences.
Slightly caught in the crease, I think. We'll get to take a look at that again shortly. But that is exactly the start that Somerset want. You can see it's not particularly clement conditions out there. You see Amanda Jade Wellington is hugging herself tight. Anderson is, I suppose because she's bowling, is wearing the fewest clothes. But I tell you, I brought my coat. I've got a t-shirt, thick shirt, hoodie, coat, the lot. There's Alice Capsey, one of Surrey's very own great products, marches out to join her England teammate Danni Wyatt-Hodge, with Surrey having lost an early wicket.
Yeah, I have to say I'm not quite the early bird you were today, Daniel, but when I got out of my car I was slightly fearful that we were going to start, even after the delayed start. It just felt like the rain had got slightly heavier, but it's those conditions that you wouldn't go off in if you'd already got on.
Well, actually, they did very well to get out there, because there was a slight hint of mizzle in the air, and sometimes you can, you know, I've been at games where the umpires have been a bit more prissy than this and decided that everything has to be perfect before we can get out there. Well, it's not the case today.
Alice Capsey coming off the back of that brilliant 100 for England A in Australia as well. Can't have been back that long, actually. That game was only just over a week ago, I think.
That was a first class fixture, yeah?
Yes.
And it has been confirmed as first class. This is punched away off the back foot. She should pick up a couple. They may think of a third, but it's not on.
Of course, both players involved in that partnership in this game. Paige Scholfield as well scored a century in that game. Almost made it into a double, but didn't quite get there. It was I think it was some kind of a almost record partnership between two England women in a first-class game, or it had been the biggest since 1930 or something like that.
Betty Snowball.
Yeah, Betty Snowball is always in those kinds of records.
Yeah, she's always in the conversation. She's always in my conversations. Oh, what's edged just past the keeper. Well, there was a chance there. It's gone between keeper and first slip. And it was in the air for a while. I tell you, there is movement, there's juice on the pitch. A lot has happened in that first over. 9 runs from it and a wicket. We've had the lot. We've had a boundary, we've had a wide, we've had a missed catch. I think they'd be a bit annoyed there, because that was definitely catchable height between keeper and slip.
Yeah, just a really tricky period for Surrey to negotiate here, you feel. Conditions not that great. Grey light. Ball doing a bit off the surface.
Yeah, you've got to kind of get your feet moving, and you've got to be decisive with your actions here, because these are grim conditions. It's so unfair. We've had such a magnificent spring. We've had almost wall-to-wall sunshine. It's not been the hottest, but the moment we start a whole new competition, the gloom descends. The forecast is for it slightly to lift as the day goes by, but these are going to be the most difficult and the most challenging conditions to bat in, and Surrey have to weather this storm as Jackson is going to start.
It's encouraging for Somerset though that they found this much in the pitch this early. You look at the two sides on paper, and Somerset have got a very young side, but with those England players available, with Heather Knight, with Charlie Dean, they've got Amanda Jade Wellington back for the season. That looks slightly stronger, but you'd still tip Surrey with their strength and depth to be out on top here, but these conditions have really helped them, and you feel could level the playing field slightly more.
Well, what you would say is that Surrey have definitely on paper got the stronger batting lineup. They've batted a long, long way down. You might argue almost, well, all the way. Oh, that has jagged back a long way. And this is where the toss could prove very important here, because Surrey's much vaunted batting lineup is going to be really tested in these conditions. The pitch, as I said, has been open to the elements for quite a while. The mizzle sort of restarted about half an hour ago, so there'll be juice on that pitch. And we're commentating under a balcony, which in theory should protect us from the elements, but it really isn't.
No, it's not.
There's actual sort of significant dampness here. It's amazing that, I say amazing.
Well, having
I
been
mean, I
warned,
played club cricket in this, but
yeah, having been warned before play not to put drinks on the computer table, it feels quite counterproductive with the rain falling on it.
yeah. Well, I think it's if you spill it underneath the gizmo here, that's the thing.
You've got far more technical knowledge than I have.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I'm 56. I still have an analogue diary.
An analogue diary?
Yeah. I write everything. I circle things on my wall planner. On my Wisden wall planner, I should say. You'll be delighted to know, Katya. For those of you who are unfamiliar with, I can't believe you are if you're watching the Surrey live stream. But Katya writes for Wisden Cricket Monthly, and they produce a wall planner which is on two sides. Which is fine. I like it, but I've got to remember to flip it over when I think, oh, I'm not.
Or you just buy 2 copies of Wisden Cricket Monthly.
Oh. That's nicely worked away. Chase on, but they'll get back for a couple. One thing that is going to be a problem for Somerset, though, is that with the mizzle falling, yes, they have 2 balls, one at each end, just as you would have in a men's 50 over game. And I suppose it can stay dry at the end of the over, but it will pick up moisture. There'll be lots of towels out there. I can see a couple being deployed. That'll be wided.
Yeah, she's not quite got her lines right in this over, as Jackson straying onto the pads with that last ball and throwing it out wide a couple of times.
The rain's getting a little heavier. I can tell this because it's falling on my bald pate. So a slightly less eventful over, 13 for 1, but you can see from that graphic there the little speckles of rain, and mizzle more than rain, you'd have to say. It's just, it's sort of filled in. Fairly good sign is that as I look away from our commentary position, you can see Crystal Palace Tower. Well, I say see. You can see most of it, but the top is shrouded in cloud. It's our equivalent of not being able to see the Pennines at Old Trafford, you know.
Yeah. Or I sometimes think St Paul's at the Oval.
Ooh, that's a good tip.
If you can see St Paul's, you're normally fine at the Oval, I think, depending on which way the wind's going.
Yeah. Okay, that's a nice tip. I'll keep my eye out for that. Now that's been put away nicely by Danni Wyatt-Hodge. There is a deep backward square, but she's managed to time that and place it to perfection. And that ball will be getting wetter and wetter as it goes along the ground down towards what really is a long leg position. So Katya, fill us in. Why is this so historic, this new Tier 1 system that we've got?
Well, it's we've talked about this a lot over the last 12 months, but it's the third restructure in, I think, 8 years of women's cricket in England. We obviously had the regional system that went before this, and now we've got women's cricket that's going back to the counties. So those regions covered great swathes of the country. So these players, Danni Wyatt-Hodge playing for Southern Vipers, which would have covered Hampshire and Sussex, and I really should know the surrounding counties because that's where I'm from.
Dorset. Oh, now where's that gone? That's gone out towards deep mid-wicket, and that's going to run away for a second four. A little too full from Anderson. And Danni Wyatt-Hodge is putting pressure on Anderson. Started this over with a brace of boundaries.
Yeah, so those regions would have covered great swathes of the country, and while it worked for a time in terms of concentrating the best talent we had in those different regions and bringing more women to be professional cricketers, it fast outgrew that system, and I think that regional system was in place for maybe 1 or 2 years too many, given the growth of women's cricket in that time. And now what we've done is brought that talent back to the counties, meaning that these players have a permanent home where they can train. They have access to the best facilities in the country alongside their male counterparts. So there's now 2 professional clubs at each Tier 1 county. And also from talking to the players and talking to the administrators, players don't have to travel so far. They have a firm base. So some players, I was speaking to Georgia Elwes, and she was saying she had a 3-hour commute to Southampton, which was part of the reason why she's now moved to Blaze at Nottinghamshire.
Yes, we'll come on to the Blaze briefly. You may be thinking, what is this Blaze business? Aren't they all counties? Well, they are all counties, apart from the Blaze, who have chosen to retain their branding.
Yeah, I think what also this does is because we're expanding Tier 1 so there are 8 teams this year in Tier 1, and then the rest of the first-class counties have Tier 2 sides, and below that you have the national counties in Tier 3. When we expand to 10 counties, with Yorkshire joining next year and Glamorgan the year after that, that again increases the number of professionals and increases the depth of that talent pool that we've got. So what we really want to do is make the gap from domestic cricket, or the top level of domestic cricket, to England a lot smaller, and really solidify that pipeline. And Tiers 2 and 3 come into that as well. So we'll have Tier 2 Metrobank One Day Cup like this. And Tier 3, there's always been less of a distinction between the national counties and the first-class counties in the women's game.
Well, Berkshire were huge, weren't they, back in the day, where Heather Knight made her name.
Exactly. And I was talking to someone from Wiltshire last week, and they're working very closely with Glamorgan to feed players through into Tier 2. So they've got a few players who are playing in Tier 2 and Tier 3 this year. So there's less kind of rigidity between those 2 or those 3-tier system. It's quite a fluid moving up and down process. And especially with the loan system as well, you've got a couple of Yorkshire players like Steer Callis has gone out on loan this season as well to get Tier 1 cricket, while Yorkshire's spending that season in Tier 2, so she's at Warwickshire.
Will it perhaps go slightly the other way as well? I mean, I'm looking at Surrey's squad, which is a big one. 21 players, I think, in Surrey's squad, and of course only 11 players can play in a game. For example, Amy Hunter, a new signing, hasn't made the cut today. Kira Chatley's got the gloves for Surrey. So will we see potentially some of those players in the Tier 1 sides being loaned to Tier 2 sides, do you think?
Potentially. I think we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. This whole season is going to be learning. I think particularly with Surrey, there's a lot made of how big their squad is and how big their squad depth is, but there are so many England players in that squad that they are prepared to lose them at several points throughout the season, that they really need that bigger of squad, because you've got...
Well, to be clear, there are 6 games, aren't there, at the start, where Surrey will have access to their England players, and thereafter, they'll be losing the likes of Alice Capsey and Danni Wyatt-Hodge, Sophia Dunkley.
But also you've got the Women's World Cup later in the year, and that might clash with the end of summer. We're not entirely sure on dates, but that's set for September.
29th of September was what I last heard was supposed to be the first date. I mean, it's tricky, though, because you're going to want to get the team together by a couple of weeks before that, you would think, out in India. And, of course, we have the final lineup for that World Cup after the qualifiers. Qualifiers that Amy Hunter played in for Ireland. They didn't make it through, I'm afraid. Neither did Scotland. Valiant effort from Scotland.
I don't think we need
Bryce.
to bother with the main World Cup now, because that World Cup qualifier was so good.
Wasn't it incredible?
Yeah, it was incredible. I genuinely don't think it can be topped in the World Cup. To come down to the final ball with the West Indies, that was just,
And Stefani Taylor, what was she thinking of?
I just don't, well, Hayley Matthews was the only one who knew what was happening from the sideline.
That's right. But it was Stefani Taylor. Hardly hit a 6 in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Needed to hit a 4 and then a 6. Now the umpire's getting together here. That's Nigel Long. What's he saying? He's saying, bring on the covers, it's got too wet. Well, this is very disappointing. I'm not surprised, to be honest with you, because the mizzle has just got beyond mizzle into drizzle. I think that would be fair to say. There is still a little bit of grace left, I think, before we would lose overs. But, I mean, I can see from our equipment we're starting to pool some water, which is not a great sign. The players aren't going off that quickly. It's not pouring down or anything, but it does mean that we'll have a delay, and a delay that, well, it might take a little while, because they're not going to come back out until it's got a little bit, well, not just a little bit lighter. You'd think until the rain has actually stopped. That's how it normally works in these circumstances. And so with the clouds getting a little higher, but I wouldn't be surprised if we've got a 20-minute, half-an-hour hiatus. So there'll be no problem with making the outfield fit. There's no pooling, there's no water here and there. It's been incredibly dry this part of the world for the last month or so. So the water table will be low, but it's probably fair. It's probably fair on Somerset as well, because that ball will be getting damper and damper, and will be sort of prematurely aging, a bit like me.
Prematurely?
Premature, yes. No need for that. 21 for 1 after 21 balls. The wicket to fall, that of Bryony Smith, just beaten by a beauty from a tentative prod forward that clattered into the stumps. We've had a few boundaries, had a little bit of loose bowling, but that's to be expected with a highly lacquered ball that's getting wetter and wetter in these rather miserable conditions here in Beckenham. But it gives us a couple of minutes before we take a break, just to, I guess, run through the sides we think are going to be the strongest challenges in Tier 1, and not just because we're the Surrey live stream, but I think, you read any preview out there, Surrey are going to be the team to beat, you would think. Who are their most likely challenges, assuming that, Surrey hold their form?
Well, the two sides you'd pick out in those kind of previews would be Surrey and then also the Blaze. The Blaze, who are Nottinghamshire but called the Blaze still.
Yes.
Yes. The Blaze won the Charlotte Edwards Cup last year. They did pretty well in the one day in the Rachel Haviland Trophy as well. They finished just one place outside of qualification for the playoffs. They've got a very strong lineup, having pinched Georgia Elvis, who I previously mentioned. Kirstie Gordon unfortunately picked up a stress fracture, I think, in Australia, so that might be a bit of a blow for them. She's been so important as their captain. They've got both Bryce sisters as well.
One of whom had a particularly excellent qualifying tournament. We didn't finish on explaining what happened in that qualifier. Effectively, the West Indies put themselves in an almost impossible position by losing early on to Scotland and then to Pakistan, and then needing to chase down 166 in 10 and a bit overs, or if they could have got to 165 or 166 and then got a 6 off the next ball.
So they needed a 4 and a 6 off the final 2 balls to reach 172 before the game ended, because that would have boosted their net run rate.
And they got 6.
But if a 6 would have ended the game, so they needed the 4 to come first so they could get the 6. And Stefani Taylor Campbell hits a 6, and it just, it was all of us. None of us were watching the IPL at that point. All of us were tuned into that Women's World Cup qualifier.
They basically came down. It was amazing because they were going at nearly 15 and over.
Yeah.
It might have been actually 15 and over.
Yeah, you had Hayley Matthews and Chanel Henry, the brilliant finisher who's come on so much in the last few months after the WPL, and they absolutely blitzed it. They set a record for the highest run rate in a T20 women's chase ever, and still missed out.
In a 50 over chase? Or
in a 50 over chase.
It might have probably a record
in
a T20 chase as well.
But it was a 50 over chase record, and they still didn't qualify. And it was on the boundary. They were all celebrating when she hit that 6, and then Hayley Matthews was like, no, we've not qualified. It's kind of like if anyone's seen the 2008 F1 World Championship when Felipe Massa's family thought he'd won, and then they had a Ferrari mechanic come in and say no, he hasn't won, and they all were miserable, and it really reminded me of that.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm not as familiar with F1 as evidently you are.
Yeah.
I mean, what it shows is just how important net run rate can be. We keep saying it in all these competitions, and it could be in this tournament as well. That's the equivalent of a couple of balls here and there. It's the equivalent, actually, of Bangladesh stopping Pakistan winning about 3 balls earlier, or them scoring an extra 4 or 5 runs that took that little bit longer. Over the course of 5 matches, it came down to basically nothing, and it means that for the first time, 2000? West Indies are not in a Women's World Cup.
I think it's 20 years, so I think it was
2005,
something like that.
And what it also means for the ICC is that they're going to have to find a neutral venue for Pakistan to play 7 matches, because they will not be playing in India. That was part of the agreement formed over the Champions Trophy when India wouldn't travel to Pakistan. So whether it's Dubai, you would hope it would be Dubai rather than Sri Lanka, because Sri Lanka, I'm afraid, that is monsoon season in October, and it's a very reliable monsoon, is the Sri Lankan monsoon. So what we could have is 7 matches taking place in Dubai with teams having to fly back and forth, because Pakistan have qualified. They won all of their games alongside Bangladesh.
Yeah, I was actually fearing for Pakistan before the tournament. They've not had a decent run of it, but I think being in home conditions really helped. Those pitches were quite slow, and that really played into Pakistan's spinners' hands, Sidra Amin and the rest of them, and it really played into their hands.
Muniba had a good she had a very good tournament. Now the covers are coming out, and they're coming out in earnest, I'm afraid to say. So there's a strong feeling that this could be more than a little bit of an interval. I think we have half an hour's grace before we start to lose overs. And as I say, the forecast for later on today is for the weather to clear. It's supposed to. We should get our weather apps out, actually. Cameron's here. He's doing absolutely nothing. Do you reckon we could get him to just check a weather app before we take a quick break and see when the... Oh, well, Kirstie's all over it. It'll says it'll be clear from 11:30.
Which is in 7 minutes.
So in 7 minutes. Then they'll have to take the covers off. They'll have to run the rope round. So we're looking at a break now of at least 20 minutes, you would think.
Yeah. Just to finish my previous point on the Blaze as well, as to why they are also favourites alongside Surrey, I'm just going to run you through their lineup today.
Oh, yeah.
They've got Tammy Beaumont and Amy Jones opening the batting, Catherine Bryce, Georgia Elvis, Georgie Boyce, Orla Prendergast, Ella Claridge, Sarah Glenn, Josie Groves, Grace Bollinger and Charlie Phillips, which feels like an extremely strong side.
Well, if Orla Prendergast genuinely comes in at 6, I'll be staggered. You would think she might be in the top 4. I mean, she's one of the most unsung all-rounders on the circuit, I would suggest. So, yeah, that is a very strong lineup. Tammy Beaumont captaining. For Lancashire, we've got their side. We'll give you that before we go off. Emma Lamb and Eve Jones.
Feels like a big season for Emma Lamb.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, having kind of dropped off the England radar after that brief stint she had in a couple of years ago, she hasn't really threatened to come back into it. She had a decent season without setting the world alight last year. This feels like a really important season for her and kicking on in her career and coming back up to those heights again. And there's space in the England. There might be space in the England side coming up. You don't know, with the new coach and a new captain to be named, new era. It could be a time of where these players who've kind of been sitting just beneath the fringes to really come through and make their case, and Emma Lamb would be one of them because she's supremely talented.
And I'll tell you another one. 2 metre Mahika Gore. Carded there at number 7, that won't happen.
Yeah.
Because Mahika, terrific bowler, though she is.
Well, the other important thing
cannot yet hold a bat.
Is that she has now finished school.
Yes, finally finished school. She sort of made the impression at the Fairbreak tournament a couple of years ago, and then got fast-tracked into the England team. Then she had to do her A-levels. Then she got a bit of an injury. But in this new era, she's exactly the sort of player that I think Charlotte Edwards will be looking out for. Very tall, left armour, very reliable, great dot ball percentage. Looking forward to seeing how she gets on. There's so much women's cricket taking place this year and all across the country. And here on the Surrey live stream, you'll be able to catch every ball of every game that Surrey's women play, both 50 over and T20. But with the scene looking a little ill at the moment and us really quite cold and getting gradually wetter and probably in need of a cup of tea, we're going to take a break But we will be back when the match resumes shortly.
Hello and welcome back to the county ground Beckenham, where it's brightened up and we're going to have a 33 over match. We got interrupted by rain 3.5 overs in, with Surrey 21 for 1. Bryony Smith the only wicket to fall. My name's Cameron Ponsonby. I'm joined by Surrey legend Kirstie White. Kirstie, how are you? How are you finding being on this side of the fence, as it were?
Well, I'd like to address the legend, to be honest. No, feeling good. Glad that we're back out. It's been a bit of a cold start. It's nice to be this side, actually. My body's thankful for it, I think.
Well, we have Alice Capsey and Danni Wyatt-Hodge arriving to the crease. Wyatt-Hodge got a couple of boundaries away, but it was very kind of nasty batting conditions that they started, and we are, well, without wanting to tempt fate, I just felt the slightest drop of rain, but I believe we'll be fine and we'll power through. Got Laura Jackson to complete her over, previously of Lancashire. Wicketkeeper up to the stumps. Power play in place, so just the two fielders outside the 25-yard circle. That's chipped into the air and it's going to land safe. Just a remarkable start. Alice Capsey just getting a leading edge.
Before that ball was bowled, I was actually about to say it's just going to be about getting through these 3 balls to finish this over here, and what a start to the over that was.
Driven firmly back down the ground by Capsey, who, 9 balls at the crease, now 10 balls I believe. It's either looked very composed or very edgy. She got off the mark with a nick that went straight through, that split the wicketkeeper and first slip, before playing a couple of lovely back foot punches through the offside. She's got 1 more ball of this over remaining. The scorecard will catch up eventually, I promise. Once again, an inside edge trickles out to deep square leg. Capsey does move on to 9. At the end of the 4th over is 22 for 1. So, just so you guys know, we've got 7 overs of the power play. So we've got 3 more overs remaining where there'll only be 2 fielders out of the ring. And there'll be 3 bowlers allowed to bowl 7, 2 bowlers allowed to bowl 6. But we'll keep you up to date with all of that. No worries. I believe Ellie Allinson will continue. How have you found it in terms of, you've lived through a lot of the changes in women's cricket and seen it all changing continuously. What's this new latest era? How's it striking you?
It feels right.
Perfect.
It feels delayed but right, and it's exciting.
That's cut away for 4. Now we'll run away, short and wide from Anderson. Capsey moves on to 13. Because I was trying to get my phrasing right, because on the one hand, you just see the replay here, Anderson putting her length down, Capsey taking advantage of it. That I kept on saying, oh, it's the first game for Surrey women. Obviously that's not correct, but it's the first game of the kind of fully professional era. And across your playing career, did you kind of expect that we would get to this point? Anderson just finds her length. Capsey defends back up the ground.
I did, and I didn't. I think it's a really, I think, as a female in sport, this is what you want. This is the thing that you dream of from the minute you start playing. But there is that side of you that is very sceptical over whether it will happen. And it did happen quickly. The process that the ECB put in place last year, it moved quickly.
Anderson gets one to nip back in off the seam. They'll scamper through for a leg bye. That really moved inwards. I imagine it will be difficult batting conditions just for a while here, as the moisture in the wicket and the ground remains. But if they're able to get a few kind of going through the outfield, the ball will get very wet very quickly. It is still very damp out there, but we should, fingers crossed, be fine for weather for the rest of the day.
Yeah, the pitch is offering a little bit, isn't it? Capsey's just come down to maybe just advise Danni Wyatt-Hodge over how it's playing and just to have a watchful eye.
It's a play and a miss from Wyatt-Hodge. To kind of speak to my own inexperience, I guess, I think I've kind of worked in this world for 3 years, and one of the things I found more interesting about covering the women's game than the men's is the rate of change that's happening kind of in front of your eyes, and just how quickly the game is developing and the game is growing. Was that a kind of feeling that was met from within the playing group?
Yeah, it definitely was, and
pulled away from Wyatt-Hodge.
nice.
Should run away for 4, and does run away for 4. Just twice this over that Anderson has lost her length. See the replay here. Not too dissimilar a line from where Capsey cut the ball earlier on in the over, but Wyatt-Hodge quick enough to pull it well in front of square.
Yeah, that wicket is quite slow. She's pulled that between mid-wicket and mid-on there, so it's really holding up a bit. A bit more bounce than there was in the first 3 overs.
Full of length, and Wyatt-Hodge gets underneath the ball and crashes that over cover for 4 more. Very profitable over for Surrey there. 13 runs off it, 12 in boundaries, 1 off a leg by. Believe, if I can do my maths well enough, the scoreboard's just taking a little bit of time to catch up. I'm not going to be able to do that, Kirstie. I'm not going to work it out. We can watch the replay in the meantime. Beautiful shot from Wyatt-Hodge. Incredible signing for Surrey to be able to attract a player of her calibre and stick her in at the top of the order. The Surrey's top 6 looks phenomenal at the moment. International players, all of them. Paige Scholfield has represented England now. It's potentially the next cab off the rank.
I think as a Somerset player, you just look down the list and think, when does it end? It's just class after class, really, isn't it? If these two get going, you think, right, how do we break this partnership? Who's next? Oh, brilliant. Sophia Dunkley. Then you look down the list. All right, okay. Alice Davidson-Richards. Paige Scholfield. Just relentless.
Jackson just loses a line down the leg side this time. That's going to be 5 wides. I think the point in this match I'm really looking forward to the most will be in about, I don't know, 6 or 7 overs, where if these two are still batting, we're going to have Charlie Dean and Amanda Jade Wellington bowling in tandem. If you think you've got those two international spinners bowling to these two international batters, the quality of cricket on display at Beckenham today and across the country in Tier 1 is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I think these two seamers really need to show some discipline here, because the game can get away from them very quickly.
Jackson just finding a line there, getting a tiny bit of movement into Capsey. Do you ever play against the likes of Jade Wellington or any other leg spinners?
I never played Amanda Jade Wellington, no, but a fair range of leg spinners, yes.
That's short and pulled away. Surrey on a roll here. Capsey moves on to 17. And this, we've had 2 illegal deliveries from this over. And we have 10 runs coming from it. Just see on the replay there. Jackson still getting that tail into the right hand. A little bit of natural movement with the angle. But Capsey has helped it on its way. And we've got potentially a lost ball situation already. Now we found it.
Onto the wet cover, actually. So that's not going to help with trying to bowl a decent length here with a wet ball. I'm sure the spinners are thinking, please keep the ball dry.
You're quite right in that. Dean and Jade Wellington are the kind of their king pair, as it were. Well bowled by Jackson, defended into the leg side by Capsey.
I find this field quite interesting here for Jackson. She's got 2 mid-wickets, but no one behind square, and she's getting quite a bit of movement into Capsey. So she can't bowl 2 straight, but she does have these 2 mid-wickets.
Capsey gets a bottom edge and gets 4 more. It's been a very kind of split innings, divided innings from Capsey at the moment. She's either looking absolutely fantastic or getting 4, or basically finding either edge of her bat, that time on the inside edge, and previously used the outside edge to good effect. But it's another boundary for Surrey here, who are racing along at close to 9 and over. 49 for 1 is the score now. It's well ball from Jackson. We're talking earlier about just how busy a winter Alice Capsey has had. Going from the World Cup in the UAE through to South Africa, then the Ashes, then she went back out to Australia on the England A Tour. Had the WPL mixed in there as well. First time she's been at home in 6 or 7 months, really.
That's a cracking shot.
4 more for Surrey, 4 more for Capsey. At the end of the 6th over, they've raced along to 53 for 1. We'll see here again, Jackson just losing a length. It's to your point earlier, both the times that the bowlers have dropped short, the ball has sat up, not the quickest wicket. Both Capsey and Wyatt-Hodge have been able to cut and pull the ball well in front of square.
Yeah, it seems the 3 overs that we did have before the rain delay, the ball seemed to be kind of shooting on a little bit. It was keeping a little bit low, particularly off of a length, but when they've dragged their length back, it's sitting nicely, and it's, you know, this is what season wickets play like at this point in the season. They will be slow if you don't hit a length, so these 2 are straight on top of that, and you can't afford to bowl short to players of this class either.
Well, Somerset have pulled the pin immediately, and Amanda Jade Wellington is into the attack. I believe still in the power play, so she'll bowl 1 with just 2 fielders outside the ring. I don't think Sophie Luff would have intended to have to move to her spinners quite so soon, but needs must. I've got the bit I was looking forward to even sooner than expected. I'm delighted. All starts with a big full toss, and although it's misfielded at cover, I think Wellington would have shaken hands on that ball going for 1.
Yeah, I think Sophie Luff is after a wicket here, because she did have another seam option in Alex Griffiths to turn to if she wanted to, but I think she's turned around to Amanda Jade Wellington and said, get me a breakthrough quickly, and let's just take the pressure off.
Capsey taking her time to settle herself. Just watch that one go through. You've played a lot of cricket here at Beckenham. What are the traits of it? If someone was going, is it known for anything in particular, or is it just your staple cricket ground?
Runs.
Runs, perfect.
Plenty of them. Yeah, the ground staff here produce belters of wickets, I'll be honest. Oh.
That is a mis-stumping. Amanda Jade Wellington bowled beautifully. Beat Capsey in the flights, who's run past one.
And the next point I was going to make was that it turns.
We'll see on the replay here. It's Katie Jones, who had such a good World Cup for England under-19s, with the gloves just missing the stumping. And Capsey's charmed but entertaining life continues. Smartly fielded by Charlie Dean at cover. It's bizarre, but it must be frustrating for Somerset here, because on the one hand Surrey are well on top, on the other hand they've twice had opportunities to remove Capsey. The wicket doesn't feel far away. Well played by Wyatt-Hodge. Myself and Daniel Norcross were very sadly trading stories of Beckenham. There was a Surrey men's game where they obviously played Kent here a few years ago. And the reason why it was so famous and why we still talk about it in years gone by is because all of Surrey's 1 through 9 made a half century. In case that's kind of the type of thing that tickles your fancy. Beautifully bowled by Wellington, defended out to cover by Alice Capsey. At the end of the 7th over and the first power play, I believe Surrey at 58 for 1. 56 for 1. I was close.
Indeed. And just going back to that missed stumping opportunity there, I mean, that has turned a fair amount, bearing in mind it's an April wicket, there's a little bit of green on top. So, yeah, get into the middle of the season, back end of August. Alex Hartley absolutely cleaned up one year here for Lancashire when they were Thunder. and she was unplayable. All she had to do was land it, and it was impossible to play. But yeah, and I can imagine that is why Charlie Dean is now coming on at this other end as well.
So with the two spinners coming on early on in the innings, got the leg spin of Wellington and the off spin of Charlie Dean, facing up against their England teammate Danni Wyatt-Hodge. I've always thought left arm kind of off spin's cheating. You've got control and you move it away from the right hander. I don't understand why you should ever bowl a bad ball, really.
Take it you don't bowl left arm.
I don't. I
No.
absolutely don't. Just watch on jealously. Starts with a full delivery. Sorry, Hustle, they might be able to get back for two here. It's well fielded out in the deep. It's long been a kind of dream of mine to kind of start a new cricketing career as a left arm off spinner and just see how far I can go. Can I make it back to second team club league cricket? So that's the heights I've reached so far.
I'll tell you one thing that always baffles me is left arm spinners that bowl well, leg spin but not leg spin.
I couldn't agree more.
So left arm wrist spinners. There is actually someone coming through the Surrey pathway who bowls, but is very good, very good, and it is bamboozling to play, but it just blows my mind.
Tucked into the leg side by Capsey. No run. No, me and Daniel Norcross have chatted at length about this before. I think you're bowling left arm wrist spin is kind of a sign of kind of continuous poor decision making on your part. You've actively chosen to do something that's more difficult and worse. It's beautifully played out to the sweeper by Alice Capsey. It's a very tidy over from Charlie Dean here, getting some control for our Somerset team. Captain Sophie Luff. You're just bowling erratic off spin.
Yes, and bowler that always comes to mind for me is Paul Adams.
Yes, absolutely.
All I ever think of, unbelievable technique when you think about what he put his body through.
It's well bowled and well played. Very tidy over from Charlie Dean so far. There's one more to come. So apologise for having some slight scoreboard issues, but me and Kirstie will keep you safe. That's fine. We'll keep you in the know of what's happening when.
Scoreboard's never been my forte. Oh.
Dean just sneaks
Oh
one down the leg side, helped on its way by Capsey. And they will pick up two. Slight misfield by Anderson. At 45, leg bye is given. So that saves Charlie Dean's figures to a certain extent. I believe we're now 8 overs down. And I'm going to be honest, guys, I don't know what the score is.
No,
but
terrible.
I reckon it's around 60 for 1, so maybe 62 for 1.
I do like this move here from Sophie Luff because with two spinners on at both ends and the reduction in overs, it gives an opportunity for Somerset to rattle through some overs here, and if they bowl with discipline they can really restrict the score. So it's something to be mindful of as a batting unit here for Surrey to make sure that they're ticking the scoreboard along. But the Somerset fielders need to back up their bowlers here.
Beautifully bowled once again by Wellington. It's very well fielded. A backward point by Fran Wilson there. World Cup winner Fran Wilson. I think it's kind of contractually obliged to say as much. So Wellington and Charlie Dean can bowl 7 overs apiece, so they can constitute 14 of Somerset's 33 overs, and you imagine that's where the game will be.
Oh.
Chip to cover and out. Capsey, who's at times classy, at times frenetic innings, comes to an end. 25 off 23, comfortably held by Charlie Dean, and the early move to spin has paid off for Somerset. We see here plenty of flight from Wellington. Just that extra bounce she's able to get leads to Capsey popping the ball up. And the end of what was a very entertaining innings.
Very entertaining, no doubt there. I think that change in pace as well. Dean while she varies her pace, is a much quicker, flatter bowler, and Wellington is obviously just gives her a little bit more time in the air, and Capsey was ever so slightly early on that, and unfortunately puts it straight down the throat of one of the fielders that you can guarantee is going to hold that. So good intent from Capsey. You always know what you're going to get from her, so you know they're in a good position run rate wise, going at 8s and over.
Well, it brings to the crease the 4th England international in a row, Sophia Dunkley, who was probably one of the few players to come out of the Ashes tour with potentially an increased reputation after she played an astonishing innings at Sydney. She's got a new technique now, kind of changed her grip. I was asking Johan Myberg if he had anything to do with it, and he said no, which was very unhelpful. I was hoping he was going to say yes and could explain exactly how it all happened.
I mean, there was an opportunity there for him to feed you.
Just go, oh yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
I just thought, just hands a bit closer together, change your trigger movement. Have you had back and across? Why don't you try back and across? But Dunkley to face up to Wellington, who is on the board for the 2025 season. And that's an LBW appeal, but both heard through the microphone and from 50 yards away. Big inside edge for Dunkley there. Full toss swept out the sweeper at deep mid-wicket. And Dunkley is underway.
And there's some sunshine.
I actually think Beckenham in the sun, a much nicer place than Beckenham in the rain.
Yeah, that is true. But Beckenham in the sun, don't be fooled, it will be cold and it will be windy.
We've just had a tinker of the field. I think the cover sweeper's just been moved ever so slightly. Wyatt-Hodge ready and waiting. Let's cut to Fran Wilson at point. So we have a 5-4 field. We have one slip. Point who's on square. Cover point sweeper out. Charlie Dean at cover mid off. We have mid wicket, mid on, deep mid wicket. Cut up for one. There's one more fielder, and I can't find them. There she is. Deep backward square leg. I assume she would be there.
Yeah.
I couldn't find her. Right, the end of a successful over for Somerset. After 9 overs, it is 64 for 2. Danni Wyatt-Hodge is on 24. Sophia Dunkley new to the crease on 1 off 2. First impressions of the innings so far?
Yeah, positive. I don't think you would have expected any less actually from this Surrey team. Regardless of if it was full overs, 50 overs or 33, I think Surrey would have still played with this intent. Haven't had a boundary for a few overs, so obviously you've got a lot of experience at the crease here. I'm sure it won't be worrying these two too much, but I think Surrey very much in control here.
Dean continues, just drops it just short of a length. Wyatt-Hodge is able to get back and push it into the offside.
Dean's bowling with some pace here. She's really not taking anything off of it at the moment. She's getting it through.
Well bowled once again by Charlie Dean. Just 4 runs off her first 8 deliveries. Potential future England captain having a bowl. Still haven't yet found out who the new England women's captain will be. Positive from Dunkley. Skips down the wicket and punches the ball through the leg side. She only gets 1 for it, but it's a lovely shot. A very positive shot and sign of a player who's potentially feeling in quite good touch.
She does like batting here, Sophia Dunkley. I'm not going to risk the commentator's curse, so I'll leave it at that, but she does enjoy it here, and we'll say less.
I believe in you. We'll see it play out. Tucked away for 1. The spinner's doing exactly the job that Sophie Luff would have been hoping from them. They've made the breakthrough and put the brakes on the run rate.
Yeah, I just think they need to tidy up. There are a few little things, missed fields, ball coming in from the boundary and half volleys is those little things. If they can tighten up there, will really bring them back into the game.
We're racing through this over. There's just the one ball remaining. If Dean's able to sneak a dot ball in here, I think 4 runs off, we'll be very happy. She sends out Amanda Jade Wellington from mid on to long on, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see this speared in full, tried to be knocked down to long on.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful shot from Wyatt-Hodge, and that's gone all the way for 6. Has just picked up a ball from just full of a length outside off stump, and that has flown. Very calmly was ready to announce it a 1 bounce 4, but the ball kept going, and Wyatt-Hodge is proving her class here. That's a real shame for Somerset, because that was a tidy over from Dean. After 10, it's 74 for 2.
Yeah, and that's just broken the 4 over boundary deadlock there that we were just mentioning. And this is, the plan was coming together for Somerset. They were clearly just trying to get through some overs and restrict runs here, but Wyatt-Hodge very quick onto that delivery there. Charlie Dean took a little bit of pace off of it. I can imagine she anticipated that she would when she put the fielders the long on out, but used her wrist well up and over, mid off.
Just short of a length. Dunkley able to tap the ball into the offside. Scamper through for a single. Am I allowed to put you on the spot around about England captains? Who are the candidates, the main candidates in your mind?
Well, I think you've obviously got Natalie Silverbrunt. I like the idea of Charlie Dean.
It's beautifully bowled from Wellington. It's a very similar delivery to the one that Alice Capsey just chipped to Charlie Dean at cover. It was aerial from Sophia Dunkley.
I think those are the 2 main candidates.
Yeah?
I can see Alice Capsey as a future captain. Not yet. I think she needs a little bit more playing time under her belt.
And that is a wide ball. That all got very messy very quickly there.
It did, didn't it?
Sort of Jones
Scampering.
diving across, Dunkley trying her best to get anything of it on it. She was able to get the slightest bit of bat. She would have got 4, as it were. Wide ball, 1 run. Carry on.
I think that's come off the top of the handle there. Yeah, I think those are the 3 that stand out for me across all formats, unless we have different captains across different formats, which I wouldn't be opposed to. 50 over captain and a T20 captain.
That's a good point, because I think there was a time where we kind of lumped the 2 white ball formats together. It's beautifully bowled from Wellington once again. Dunkley gets one, but you can even see on the stream, you can see her seam position kind of fizzing down the other end. Do you think that's a likely scenario at all? The idea is split between 50 and 20 overs. How distinct formats do you find them when playing?
I think it depends largely on the team, doesn't it? If the team stays very similar, then it would make sense to have the same captain. If there were going to be changes in personnel.
LBW appealing given. It was the googly from Wellington, and it definitely struck Wyatt-Hodge's bat, but judged to have struck her bat after the front pad first, and that is 2 massive wickets from Wellington, who is absolutely doing her job here. She's removed both Capsey and now Wyatt-Hodge, who are well set. And moving forward, Wyatt-Hodge goes for 33, and that you'd have to say is very much against the run of play.
It was a really interesting response there from Wyatt-Hodge, because I think initially she walked back to her crease thinking, no, it's not out. My thoughts were that it was pitching outside, impact outside, but like you've said, it is the googly.
Just see the replay there.
Oh no, yeah, very good decision.
I think I would agree with the umpire there. It's much easier when you have a second look in slow motion.
Good job, umps.
But Wellington, beautifully bowled. You could just see a change in the seam position as it was going down on the stream when you see it back in slow motion. And a beautiful bit of bowling. Now, we've had a slight change to the batting lineup here, as listed.
I like this.
So, Paige Scholfield was listed at 5. And instead, we have Alice Monaghan. Talk us through this one, please, Alice. Alice, Kirstie. Alice is out there.
Yeah, I think this is a very bold move, and this is a move with intent here. Alice Monaghan obviously played for the Vipers last year, hit in a very big innings at the Oval against the Stars. I get the feeling that she's maybe come in with a licence to hit the ball hard and hit the ball far. And in the words of Alice Davidson-Richards, send it to the moon, I would say. But yeah, I think she's going to be a player to watch for Surrey. Similar to Paige Scholfield when she arrived at Stars a couple of seasons ago. Maybe hasn't quite fulfilled her potential yet. Is full of it, and I think will do very, very well under Johan Myburgh. Really, really do.
It's a positive move from Surrey, who is still stacked. They still have Paige Scholfield and Alice Davidson-Richards to come in their batting lineup, but they've twisted the deck.
Yeah, and she's scored a lot of runs during pre-season, out in Abu Dhabi on their pre-season tour and in some friendlies as well.
It's a play and a miss from Sophia Dunkley. One just skids on from Charlie Dean.
That's come through quicker than some of the seamers were bowling there. That was absolutely rapid from Charlie Dean. Side on view. Wow.
He's able to just vary at pace. Sorry, scamper through for a single. It's been a very smart couple of overs for Charlie Dean, who aside from that 6, which Wyatt-Hodge struck over long off, very much been kind of dictating the tempo and the direction of the game. So here we go. Pinch hitter Alice Monaghan, ready to go. Oh, let's see if we're right. That's just sneaking down leg side. I think it should just be 1. Monaghan settles for 1. Leg byes given.
She's an absolute gun fielder as well.
So, I wanted to ask you this. Downstairs, an argument broke out.
Oh no.
Someone said Alice Monaghan, best fielder in the country, and someone went, no, that's Katie George. And I wanted to know your opinions. It's a beautiful shot. Whoa, beg your pardon.
I think there was a crowd catch. I think it was into the ground.
Dunkley has absolutely belted that through cover, where Heather Knight has either put down a very sharp catch or not held on to a ball that was struck into the ground. We're just going to see the replay here.
Yeah.
It was indeed a bump ball, which makes me feel a lot better about myself, because I thought I just said shots to a ball that was dropped. So, would you agree with those two names as like those in the contest, those in the conversation for the best fielders in the game?
Gosh, I think that's a big accolade to be handing out. In the game, Katie George, absolutely fantastic fielder. Also brings the left hand into play, which is, you know, hard to judge as a batter. I think in terms of the Surrey side, having Alice Monaghan and Phoebe Franklin in your fielding line-up, either side of the wicket, is an unbelievable kind of line-up you've got there. Who else do I think are absolute gun fielders? Tash Farron on her day, and this one she's back in the squad. God, you've really put me on the spot here.
That's fine, we've got some names. Finished 12 overs here, 81 for 3. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we do have a tiny bit of rain just floating about. We're playing on as it stands, whilst Kirstie thinks of some other fantastic fielders. I was just happy the fact that both Katie and Alice Monaghan were being mentioned. It's paddle swept, and it just gets over Heather Knight at slip. It runs away for 4. Dunkley looks to have got a bit of a top edge on that. I don't think it was the cleanest contact, but a positive shot from Dunkley. That fielder out on the boundary, she is behind square, but only just. So if you back yourself to get the paddle away, you will be rewarded. I think that goes a bit finer. than Dunkley intended, but the result was exactly what she was looking for. Quick single drops into the offside. Monaghan did make it there, but it was a little bit closer than initially I expected it to be.
It's good cricket, that. Boundary and a 1. Lovely. For the traditionalists in the game.
It's beautifully bowled and out. Stumped. Monaghan's dragged her back foot there. And Jones completes the stumping. Looked for all money just to be a beautifully bowled dot. But as it happened, Wellington claims her 3rd wicket of the innings. The Monaghan experiment has not worked. She goes for a duck. And all of a sudden, Somerset are edging their way into this game. Just watch the stumping here. Sharp turn, well taken by Jones. And you can, just through the kind of array of legs and stumps, see Monaghan's back foot drag. That is fantastic cricket. And for all Surrey have been on top for the last 10 overs, this will be a good view here. We'll see from side on. Back foot drags, lifts. Doesn't get back down in time.
I think she's done well actually there, because I'm not sure she was anticipating the bounce to stay as low as it did, so she's recovered. She came up very early. Managed to keep her hands low enough to take the ball and break the stumps quickly, which was needed.
Well, after missing a stumping earlier on off Alice Capsey, a much simpler stumping must be said as well. Capsey had advanced a long way down the pitch. A very sharp piece of work from Jones. And now we have Paige Scholfield in at number 6. Scholfield's had a very a winter where her stock has risen. And Wellington goes for the googly first up, but loses her line. It sneaks down leg side, and that'll be 5 wides. I was telling you earlier, I'm feeling very smug about the fact Paige Scholfield's now getting England recognition. I'll group her together with Daniel Bell-Drummond, who plays his cricket here. Just seeing the replay there. Going for the googly, losing her line, 5 runs. That's 2 players I've only ever seen score runs.
That's a beautiful shot.
And she always scores runs because of shots like that. A fantastic cover drive. I don't even want to call it a drive, it was a push, a gentle nudge. She beat Charlie Dean to her left at cover. Definitely want to watch a replay of this. That is picture perfect from Paige Scholfield. And I'm sure there have been times in Scholfield's life that she hasn't scored runs. I'm sure there's been times in Daniel Bell-Drummond's life when he hasn't scored runs, but whenever I've been there, Scholfield rocks back, defends the ball back up to cover. There is one more ball to remaining because of the wide. Yes, sir? No? We are going to have one more ball. I think people had forgotten. Couldn't believe that Wellington would have bowled a wide of all things.
5 wides of all things.
It's a wonderful feeling as a batting team. You get 5 runs for free.
Yeah.
Doesn't even count as a ball.
But a wicket does follow a wide, to quote club cricket.
Right, we're still deciding if we are going to play this last delivery here. You can just see the umpire Nigel Long in the background there, radioing over to the scorers. Yep, they agree, they're happy. One more ball remains. That is short and beats Fran Wilson at point. And Surrey are able to go through for a single. That brings to an end the 13th over. The score is 96 for 4. Are we having a double change in the commentary box? We are indeed having a double change in the commentary box. So me and Kirstie will be on our way, and replacing us will be Daniel Norcross and Katya Witney.
Thank you, Pontus. So, this game is very intriguingly poised. If you're just joining us, there was rain early on. We got a delayed start at 11 o'clock, so we lost the half an hour that can be made up. That all went in one go. And then we got 3.1 overs in before the rain returned. We're down to 33 overs per side game. 7 overs is the maximum can be bowled by Charlie Dean and Amanda Jade Wellington, you fancy those are going to be the crucial overs as far as Surrey are concerned. They're going to be looking, perhaps having lost those 4 wickets, to be a little circumspect. There's 7 overs of premier spin to come, and what they're going to want to ask Sophie Luff is difficult questions about how she manoeuvres her less experienced bowlers. Alice Davidson-Richards has been held back. Alice Monaghan has been promoted up the order, an experiment that didn't quite come off. Surrey have been very dynamic and proactive, but having lost those wickets, they probably just need a little bit of settling in time here. Katya Witney is alongside me. It's been a very entertaining effort, this, from Surrey. Very pugnacious, but the loss of those 4 wickets means that you just feel perhaps the next few overs might have to be a bit of reconnaissance going on.
Yeah, this feels like the pair for Surrey. As you said, still got ADR to come in, but this feels like the pair that's going to have to put on a significant bulk of the runs. I think whatever total Surrey get on the board, in excess of even 150, they'll feel like they can defend with their bowlers. And
oh, now that looked close. Did Scholfield's foot just lift off the ground? We'll have a better look at this from the replays. Just watch the back foot. It stays pretty much planted, but again, super glove work.
yeah, Katie Jones making up for that one she missed a few overs ago.
England under-19 keeper, of course, end of the over, just the 2 singles from it. So I think the Surrey batters will be counting down. There's 6 more overs of Amanda Jade Wellington and Charlie Dean. If you're Sophie Luff, Katya, are you just bowling them through here? Try to make the breakthroughs you need to make life easier at the back end of the innings?
Yeah, don't worry about the back end now. Just try and get through these and get through the batting power that Surrey have got. You don't want these 2 in at the end. You don't want ADR in at the end. You want to get through them now. So I think you're not worried about what's happening at the end. You know that Amanda Jade Wellington and Charlie Dean are doing the business for you at the minute, and you keep going with that.
Just want to take a look though, because I think we might have a bowling change here.
Well timed as ever.
Well, this puts a little bit of pressure back on Surrey. They can't just sit in, because they're going to look at, no disrespect to Alex Griffiths, but they're going to be looking at the overs that aren't bowled by the 2 stellar players in Somerset's bowling lineup and think that they've got to attack them. There's some appreciable break back there. Pitch is still offering a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, and pace on the ball as well. That'll be a welcome switch up. Seems to be a lot of turn in this wicket.
Yeah, who was it was telling me that Beckenham spins a lot? Was it you?
It wasn't me, but you told me earlier. But that's been really true today, especially with that extra moisture. Oof.
Now that's been crunched away gloriously for 4. Sophia Dunkley looking in pretty good touch here.
That was a beautiful shot. Just sat back. Yeah, waited for it, watched it all the way onto the bat.
Well, this is the issue for a skipper. You're only allowed 4 out at this stage in the innings. And our boundary rider is a long leg, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket and a deep cover. So mid-on and mid-off are up. And there's also nobody at backward point or deep third. It's down the leg side again. Decent stop from the keeper. But Surrey is still motoring along at a decent run rate here, but the game is delicately poised. Got some slightly murkier clouds developing over the pavilion that we're sat in. Another wide. Somebody's weather app rather unhelpfully suggested there might be a bit of rain around at 3 o'clock. Did you come across this appalling rumour?
I haven't seen that rumour yet, but at the minute there are breaks in the cloud above the ground. Have noticed a few spots of rain. A bit of darker stuff over towards the left as we're sitting looking over there with a side-on view.
We will remain positive.
I have wised up and put a second jumper on since our first stint.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What is that underneath the?
This is very underneath.
Underneath the current jumper.
Yeah.
Well, I have offered you a layer or two should you require it.
I couldn't possibly take it away from you.
Yeah, from an elderly man.
It's a civic duty.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Thank you very much. But the offer of the hoodie or the coat does still stand. It's been heaved away. It'll only be the one, though. It's been a difficult pitch to read, hasn't it, Katya? I mean, there's obviously something in there because the ball's gripped a bit. The break has mostly been from off to leg, the prevailing way the bowlers are bowling in this match. There's been some sharp movement, but at the same time, it feels like a pitch you can trust.
Yeah, but it's a pitch that's really worked into... It's a pitch that's really worked in Somerset's favour with bringing their spinners into the game, particularly with Charlie Dean in the side now and this week. Amanda Jade Wellington was Western Storm's leading wicket taker in the Charlotte Edwards Cup last year, and it's really brought them into the game.
Well, the whole circumstances of today have really been in Somerset's favour at the moment, both winning the toss and that rain. Just be a single to finish the over. 8 from it, 106 for 4 after 15 overs. I mean, having won the toss, you're always going to bowl. Then the rain comes in, so at that point, the side batting first, their power play gets reduced from what they thought it was going to be to something lower. And it's just a simple observation, but on paper you would say Surrey have a deeper lineup. Of course, the shorter the game, the more percentage of the overs, especially when you get an unusual number of overs like 33 being bowled, can be bowled by the premier bowlers. So,
but also that tricky little period before the rain came earlier that Surrey had to survive. That wasn't easy at all.
No, it's nasty, wasn't it? Gloomy and nasty. Poor old Bryony Smith had to bat in that. Now then, another change of bowler. Skelton into the attack, so a double change. Both spinners have gone off. And it's really asking the question of Surrey here. How aggressive do they want to be? They're going along at a decent enough rate, but they know the loss of a wicket or two could make an enormous difference here. At the same time, they're going to want to get after these more inexperienced bowlers.
Yeah, it's understandable tactic to hold back those premier bowlers to the end and hope to tie up at the end, but it feels slightly conservative. You know, Somerset are, you'd have to say, on top or on... Ooh.
It's a bit of a heave,
or at least
just with the single.
Well on the way to being properly on top, and I'd like to have seen Amanda Jade Wellington and Charlie Dean kept on for maybe a couple more overs, just see if they can break through.
Well, that's it, isn't it? If they get 2 more wickets there, then Surrey really have to re-evaluate what they do. They have to sort of look to play out the overs. There's still 17 remaining. The flip side of that, though, is of course if they scurry through 4 or 5 relatively parsimonious overs here, the pressure builds.
Well, it feels like this puts the onus back on Surrey, right? Back on Surrey to score, Surrey to make the mistake, rather than from Somerset to really chase.
At the moment, they're just content to work it around, take the singles where possible. Oh, look, I see in the stand something of a crowd is developing. There was one lonely figure in the crowd while it was mizzling earlier on.
stoically watching the new dawn of English women's cricket.
Correct. End of the over. Just the 4 singles from it, 110 for 4. I tell you, the crowd in that stand is already more than the crowd for a men's county championship match at Cardiff I covered between Glamorgan and Derbyshire in 2018, I think it was. It was, I counted the crowd. I went to talk to all of them individually. I was able to do so because there was a break in play caused not by rain, caused by anticipated rain.
Right.
So the ground staff, in an act of just astounding capriciousness, had rushed on with the covers because their satellite tracker thing had said it's going to rain.
Mm.
And you can imagine it's a little bit frustrating waiting for the cricket to start again when there's no rain falling. So I'd wandered around to the groundsman's hut and I said, can you tell me why we're not playing? He said, well, it's going to rain, isn't it? I said, what do you mean?
He said exactly like that.
Yeah, it's going to rain, isn't it, soon? Said, but we've been off for an hour and a half and it hasn't rained. I know. We thought it was going to rain an hour and a half ago. Anyway, they gave me the opportunity to go and chat to every single person in the crowd individually. And there were no two people sat together.
Any one of them unhappy
3
about
Derbyshire
being
fans,
off?
6 Glamorgan fans. Unhappy? I mean, the game was drifting to a draw anyway.
Mm.
They had a flask, thermos flask, back of the sandwiches.
Very happy. I think
Full Tupperware.
I think I can go you one better on the crowd sparse part.
Shot. That's a glorious shot from Paige Scholfield. It wasn't a full half volley, it was a little too full, but crisply and firmly struck past the bowler. First boundary for a little while. Beautifully played and along the ground.
Yeah, just evading Griffith's left hand, but it was hit so powerfully she had very little chance of stopping that.
Okay, you're gonna beat me on this crowd after this ball.
Mm. I went to a India warm-up game against an England 11 in 2018 it would have been.
Oh yeah.
At Worcester, and
Ooh,
I think
that's dedication.
it was. Well, my aunt lives in Worcester, and I think we were the only 2 spectators in the ground who were not related to a player.
That's impressive. Crunched away. They might come back for a couple here, they will. Run starting to flow again. That is very impressive.
I couldn't quite understand why though, because there was, Alistair Cook was playing a very young. So Alistair Cook was playing, David Milan was
Alistair
playing.
Cook was playing?
Yeah.
So that must have been before 2018.
It was 2017. It was something. It was the year before I went to uni, which I think was 2017. It was around that time. It
So
was
Alistair Cook was getting batting practice, was he?
Yeah, he was.
Ah, I see.
And it was Rory Burns as well who was playing in that.
This is quite the side.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
Indian side as well. You had plenty of prominent faces in that. I think a young Prithvi Shaw was playing.
Oh, so you thought more fool you for
Yeah,
not
exactly.
coming. Yeah.
It was free entry as well.
As it is here, if you happen to be in the Beckenham area, why not? Or if you're not in the Beckenham area, why not pop down? Because the weather forecast is perking up, and I can assure you that on this balcony, I have come across quite a few spectators who are not in any way related to players.
It's not quite as bad as that, but the first England international I went to was an Ashes T20 in 2013 at Lords. No, yeah, 2013 at Lords, which was the only match in that series that England lost that I managed to pick out.
Well done.
And I think there was probably about 30 spectators.
We've come a long way. Skelton's going to continue. And the pressure's just gone off Surrey a little bit in the last few overs since the change of bowling. There are 7 more available overs, or 6 perhaps available overs from Wellington and Dean. Skelton, though, is impressing here. She's landing it well, asking questions. Let's take a look. Long on is back, but mid-off is up. So that might be where Sophia Dunkley, she does like to hit it in that general area. Well, she thought about it exactly there, but Skelton saw her coming and just dropped the length. Of course, Heather Knight, she won't want to tell Sophie Luff how to captain, but she will know exactly where Sophia Dunkley's strengths and weaknesses are. It's gone a bit across the line there, but there is a long on.
Yeah, you can just sense Dunkley's getting slightly frustrated here. Just trying to break out a little bit, not quite executing it, not quite getting the balls there for that shot.
It's not quite coming on for her at the moment, is it? She does like a bit of pace on. But for the intervention of Sophia Dunkley's bat, that would have been a run up to long on. Just the 2 singles from this over so far. Just a tiny fumble was all it took to get the single there. 3 from the over, 121 for 4. 15 overs remain in this reduced overs match because of the rain.
Yeah, she's really tossing it up here, Amanda Jade Wellington, really giving the ball a lot of flight, getting it very full, making it, sorry, Chloe Skelton, making it hard for Surrey batters to break away as they want to. There are those spectators you were talking about.
Exactly. That, I tell you now, it's a larger crowd than Glamorgan v Derbyshire. Heather Knight! One of the most underused good bowlers in world cricket. Partly her own fault, because she's been able to use herself but hasn't. And do you remember the test match at Bristol when she came on?
Yes.
And sort of entirely changed the narrative of that game. Picked up a couple of wickets, caused a massive kerfuffle, which changed exactly how that game played out over the following couple of days.
Well, that may be one of the positives to a New England captain. We might be seeing Heather Knight turn her arm over a bit more.
Well, there goes that left heel. So one of the great pleasures of life is watching Heather Knight bowl. Hopefully our producer can just zero in on her. Here she is.
It's a very aesthetically pleasing action.
Isn't it? Ever so slightly like a dressage horse that picks up the back of its hooves. Just see what I mean in a minute.
It's a very good analogy.
Whoop, there it goes. That's been pulled away. And it's taken. Oh, well, with a drag down, Heather Knight picks up a wicket with not her best ball by any stretch. Good catch out in the deep. Dunkley picking out the fielder at deep mid-wicket. And Surrey have lost their 5th. A great bowling change from Sophie Luff. And that is exactly what Somerset wanted.
I don't think Sophia Dunkley will quite be able to believe she's done this. She's got a drag down look to heave it over the boundary and perfectly picked out that fielder.
She needn't be embarrassed. If anybody should be embarrassed about that, it's Heather Knight. I mean, actually, it wasn't the worst ball that anyone's bowled, but it was well picked by Dunkley. But then, did she not quite go through with the shot as much, or maybe just the placement of the shot out towards deep mid-wicket? But it's a terrific wicket for Somerset. And Surrey now 5 down. Alice Davidson-Richards comes out to meet Paige Scholfield. There is some batting to come, but this is now a really important partnership. Surrey will want these two together for at least the next 7 or 8 overs minimum. And Heather Knight's golden arm has done it again. I told you she should bowl more.
Well, she was just illustrating your point.
Yes. I don't know what guard Alice Davidson-Richards is taking. Is she looking for middle and off?
You've got to find a way to combat.
She's going for off stump. Going for an off stump guard.
You've got to find a way to combat Heather Knight somehow.
Well, a little bit of a bat twiddle. She is batting quite a long way across her crease here. Use of the feet straight away. If ADR can get going, she is quite the sight.
Yeah, that feels like a good way to combat Knight, to get out of your crease, move your feet rather than sit back and try and belt her. Just manoeuvre it.
That's elegantly played. A beautiful shot through extra cover for 4. Just her second ball. A lot of flight from Knight. And Davidson-Richards onto it straight away. That is gorgeous. Threading that between extra cover and mid-off.
What is the score?
It's a better ball, slightly straighter from Knight.
So 5 from the over and the big wicket of Sophia Dunkley. Surrey with 19 gone, 126 for 5. They'll be happy enough with the run rate. It's hard to gauge, you know, what is the sort of target you're looking to set in 33 overs. 200 probably, something of that sort, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, Somerset have got some powerful batting near the top of the order. Probably don't have quite the same depth once you get past. Well, I say that, they've got Amanda Jade Wellington coming in at 8, which is faintly preposterous. Fancy she might bat a place or 2 higher.
I think Surrey will see enough in this pitch to think they can defend whatever target they end up setting Somerset.
From what you've seen, are you expecting that Alice Capsey will play quite a significant role with the ball?
Definitely, and we talk about Heather Knight being an underused bowler. Alice Capsey has been used more than Heather Knight in recent years, but I do think Capsey is an underused bowler. We saw her in the Ashes. Was it the second ODI that she came in?
Lofted. How far has that gone? It's gone all the way. Just clears a rope. But, yes, yeah. It's been signalled 6. I thought read on there was trying to signal a 4, but it's cleared the rope by about a yard or so. I think super use of the feet.
It's beautiful timing there. Straight out the middle of the bat, just ping. Hold the pose. Bang.
That is delicious, isn't it? And into the groundsman's hut.
She's really come out and shown some intent early, actually, Alice Davidson-Richards. She's not looking to be pinned by Somerset spinners.
Well, she is the holder of a Test century, of course, Alice Davidson-Richards.
She is. Quite an odd career, actually.
Isn't it bizarre? Underused again.
You
fancy?
But also you sense she's coming into her own as such a senior player on the circuit now, and sorry, senior player.
Well, it's got to be great being part of this setup, hasn't it? I'm not going to say the twilight of her career. I think she's got plenty of years left in her, but she comes into it, this new setup, as a fully rounded player, knows her own game.
Yeah, and I think you can see that as well. You can see that confidence that comes from having been around for so long now and have that just that much distance from your England. Not that her England career might not be over, but just having that distance when you're last in the England side to build that confidence.
Well, she's the sort of player you think has got to be part of the depth that the ECB are talking about, wanting to develop. 136 for 5, 13 overs remaining. The fact that, you know, she's not even got a central contract, and yet you look at the quality of her, both with bat and ball. You would think a side that had lost 16-0 in the Ashes wouldn't have a player of that quality not knocking on the door somehow.
Well, potentially. I mean, part of this new setup might be more separation across formats, and that's potentially where ADR's come unstuck.
Where would you see her best format?
Well, annoyingly, it's probably the Test format, which
yes,
is
I think
very
so,
little.
yeah.
But I could absolutely see a role for her in an ODI side. And perhaps with that greater understanding of the depth of the women's domestic setup, as there's no one who knows it better than Charlotte Edwards. Perhaps those opportunities come for players like ADR.
sort of sense that she's been kind of a victim of her own versatility. This can happen to a lot of players, like Moeen Ali, for example, in the men's game. By which I mean, because she's been seen as an all-rounder, she's never really been given the opportunity, certainly with England, to bat higher up the order. And if you're not batting higher up the order in limited overs cricket, you're not getting a lot of opportunity to show what you can do. Now, that's been swung away, and it's going to land just in front of the fielder. Valiant effort. Had she not gone for it, she might have been able to stop the ball going over the boundary. Heather Knight switches the bails. Ella Stewart Broad in an attempt to change her luck. I think her luck's pretty good so far. She managed to get Sophia Dunkley with a long hop, but she didn't get her with that one. In the end, fielders made a bit of a mess of it because it's sort of halfway in between, but I like the ambition. Scholfield, though, moves to 25. Striking the ball really well, Phoebe Scholfield.
But I guess as well, coming back to the point on ADR, I think you can almost become a victim of not being the new, young, exciting thing anymore. England have got so many options up the order, for example, like, you know, Maya Bouchier comes in New Zealand and makes that big splash, having been on the fringes for years. Sophia Dunkley. And then when you're not that up-and-coming player coming through, even if you're still just as good, you don't quite get that same level.
Yeah. 143 for 5. 12 overs remain, but 5 wickets down. Yes, I think there's a bit of that, isn't there? There's her age, and people constantly looking, and perhaps even more so in women's cricket, because youth seems to be so important. I mean, you look in the men's game, and the same can be true there, but also some players are still able to come to their own later on in their careers, aren't they? Whereas, I mean, Beth Mooney would be a good example of somebody who was
Paige
out the side and came back.
Paige Scholfield would be a brilliant example of someone who's been around the county circuit or the regional circuit all the way through, played in the... why is that name completely slipped from my head?
The Women's Kia Super League?
Yes, that one.
Yes.
Played in the Kia Super League, had a stint up in Loughborough, came down to the south again, and has really kicked on in the last year or two of her career. Perhaps as well when she switched the focus away from her bowling and really focused in, injury required, on her batting. She's really come into her own, and that's a really good news story for English cricket, that someone in their late 20s like Paige Scholfield, who's matured and taken that time.
Now then, yes, I've got to say, I was expecting the umpire to signal dead ball there because a towel fell out of the back of Helen Skelton. Out of the trousers. And that is a dead ball, not a no ball. Note, Stephen Finn. It's not fair, is it? You knock over the bails at one end and there's a whole new law created that messes up your bowling action for the rest of your life, whereas you should have just dropped a towel out the back instead. Of course, Scholfield was involved in that partnership, was she not, with Capsey? So, partnership for England Day. That's struck straight down the ground. That's gonna be 4 more. Perfect placement. There is a fielder at long on who's pretty straight in actual fact, so it had to be hit firmly and it had to be hit very precisely. Straight over the bowler's head, tiny bit of fade, which was exactly what was needed to evade the fielder.
Yeah, that was almost slapped.
Did she get anything on that? Wait to see umpire's signal. No, it is a wide. Thought that had rebounded off the keeper.
That's a drive.
Got a bit on that, and well, it might just be hauled in. It will be. The outfield still a trifle slow after the rain we've had, which is to be expected. A couple more to the total. 150 up.
Just to confirm the stat that I mentioned from that Capsey Scholfield partnership in Australia earlier on.
Oh yeah.
It was the 6th highest ever
Chipped in the air, but it's going to land safely. They'll just get a single. End of the over. I can't count up all that. 9, is it? 8, 9. 9 off the over, 152 for 5. Yep. What's the stat?
It was the 6th highest ever first-class fourth-wicket partnership in women's first-class matches.
How big was it?
210 runs between the two of them.
See, that's going to be fun. I saw Alice earlier and said, how enjoyable was that? Because you don't often get the opportunity just to bat and bat and bat. You know, test matches come pretty rarely. First-class fixtures come pretty rarely. And she had that knowing grin on her face. It was sort of remembering the pleasure. 210 run partnerships will do that for you.
Yeah.
Right. Wello is back. Amanda Jade Wellington. Of course, people familiar with the Oval will know her from Oval Invincibles. And she's done a job today. She's picked up 3 of the 5 wickets to fall. Key moment in the game as she comes back into the attack. Tosses it right up.
Ooh.
A little bit of a misfield. They'll still just get the single. Are you able to take us around the grounds, by the way? Do we know what's happening elsewhere?
I know that earlier Essex were in a lot of trouble against Durham. I think they were 66 for 5 or something.
Oh dear.
So there are 177 all out.
Right.
And Durham, obviously hosting a women's side for the first time,
Yep.
are 62 for 1 with Susie Bates and Holly Armitage at the crease in pursuit.
Right, it's going nicely there. That feels like a Durham win. Tossed up again. Again, it'll just be the single. There's a long off out there.
Big signing for Durham to get Susie Bates for as much of the season as they've got her for.
Is she from the South Island? Because I think you'd need to be brought up in Dunedin, really, to be sort of comfortable just moving straight to Durham. Down the leg side, beautifully swept away. Swept on line as much as anything else. Scholfield's looking really good here. Another boundary for her.
Yeah, I almost feel like ADR coming in as well has freed up Schofield a little bit.
Just take a look at this again. You can see just drifting too far outside leg stump. No danger of LBW from where that's pitching. And deep square was a little bit square. She's actually moved a trifle finer now. It's gone a bit behind square, as you can see from that shot there. She's brought into play to cut off that. Just one more to the total.
Just continuing around the grounds, Blaze were bowled out for 234 by Lancashire. Catherine Bryce got 70 in that.
Did Mahika Gore? Oh, was it? Gee, I don't know.
Mahika Gore got 2 wickets in that. She ended up getting Bryce as well as getting Tammy Beaumont, so 2 big wickets.
Those are 2 big wickets.
And Lancashire are currently 55 for 1 in that chase. Eve Jones, the only dismissed batter, caught and bowled by Catherine Bryce.
Oh, Does that leave one more?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, perfect timing. Nicely driven down the ground for one more. 8 from the over, 160 for 5. There are 10 overs remaining, which means it's going to be a double change, but I'll get out of the way while you keep us up to date with the 4th and final fixture.
Yep, so Hampshire bowled out for 208 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Ryana Southby top scored in that innings with a 72. Next highest scorer was Abby Norgrove with 28, and Warwickshire are currently 23 for no loss in response.
Thank you very much, Katya. Katya is going to depart, be joined by Kirstie Price. Surrey 160 for 5 after 23 overs. That's a wonderful shot from Davidson-Richards. Just the 1 run. I think we're all getting back in place, all finding our feet again. So, there's 10 overs to go, but crucially, there's 5 overs left of Charlie Dean and Amanda Jade Wellington. So this is one of the 5 that Surrey may be looking to target. Scholfield advances down the wicket. There's a hack out into the leg side. She managed to find a bit of a pocket. They were going to turn for 2, but Davidson-Richards, I'm finding that name annoyingly difficult to say for how simple it is.
Well,
Slipped.
it's Davidson-Richards.
Exactly, that's why I'm getting it wrong. I'm adding an extra syllable. Davidson-Richards with another single down the ground. What do you reckon Surrey will be looking to score here?
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to ask that.
Hoping? Fantastic.
Yeah, I've been sitting on this one for a few overs actually. I'm thinking in the next 10 overs I reckon they probably want to be going at 9s or 10s. So anything north of 230 will definitely be a very positive score for them. I think 250, they'll be very happy.
So to get to 230, there's 9 overs remaining after this one. That'll be 64, 65 runs from 9, so about 7 and over. That's the rate they're currently going at. I think you're right, they might be looking a little bit further north. Change of pace by Skelton. And the end of a smart over, just 4 runs off it. At the end of the 24th, sorry, 164 for 5. Paige Scholfield on 41 off 35. Alice Davidson-Richards, 19 off 21. I'm finding my flow now, Kirstie, it's fine. We're back in. Yeah, all well and good.
ADR usually suffices.
I know, it's a lot of syllables. We've got ADR and we've got AJW in this game. Having my notes. Not happy with AJW?
No.
No, okay.
It kind of sounds like AJ Tracy, if you ask me, but
That works for me.
yeah, it's fair. I think what's important to remember here is, although you look at the scorecard and you think, well, actually, sorry, 164 for 5. Let's just look at the batters to come here still. So we still have Kira Chatley, Ryana Macdonald-Gay. Who am I missing here? I've not got my team sheet in front of me.
I'll get my scorecard. Phoebe Franklin.
Phoebe Franklin.
And Danny Gregory's the
and
last
Danni
one.
Gregory. So plenty of batting still to come.
Well bowled from Wellington, just throws in the googly. Takes the inside of Scholfield's pad. That is a leg by. I'm very happy AJ Tracy's got a name check on the Surrey live stream.
Yeah,
It's
who
gone
would have
really
thought?
well.
Who would have thought?
Enjoying his new song with Georgia Smith. See, this is it, with the live stream bringing cricket, county cricket, into the modern day.
Yeah. People think they've tuned into BBC Radio 1.
That's a wonderful shot from Davidson-Richards. Only 1 run he gets rewarded with.
Yeah, good hand there from Amanda Jade Wellington. I think that was definitely 4 otherwise. These two just seem to be in a bit of a flow now.
You're right, they are kind of cruising along. Lots of singles, not too many boundaries of late. That was short and cut from Scholfield. Powerfully out to the sweeper. My smugness at only ever seeing Paige Scholfield scoring runs remains currently. I think 42 counts as scoring runs.
Yeah, I would agree.
Surrey will be feeling very well placed, knowing they've got batters in reserve to be able to go up through the gears.
Oh dear.
That's snuck down the leg side. Wide's given immediately. And it'll be 5 of them. The second time Wellington has conceded 5 wides in this innings. And that's a real bonus boost to the scorecard, to the run rate for Surrey.
Yeah, I think she's struggling with that ball. I think the seam is getting a bit wet. Might be slipping out of her hand. Actually, just before she bowled that ball, I was wondering to myself at what point we're going to see ADR pull out a paddle, but there was no need there.
Well fielded by Fran Wilson. Well, I say well fielded. A wild throw allows for Surrey to scamper a single. Those 5 wides, by the way, brought up the 50 partnership between these two. If I do my maths very quickly, it's come off 6.2 overs, so that's off 38 balls.
Yesterday I was doing the horse race and they wouldn't let me use the toilets in a caretaker's.
Short and just kind of stabbed into the ground. Scholfield irritated with herself there that she wasn't able to do more with that delivery. No, you've seen the umpire looking after the towel for Wellington. handing it to her between deliveries.
Well, at least I figured out a way to do it.
That's good running. Yeah, just watching Wellington's action, it almost looks as though she's just holding onto that ball a little bit longer, where it is a little bit slippery around the seam. You can just really see her just really gripping that ball there. So it's a very difficult skill as it is to bowl leg spin, but to bowl leg spin with a damp ball with control.
Be that much harder.
Just 1 over remaining. I wonder if she'll bowl all 7.
Well, we do have a bowling change immediately. Charlie Dean, who's got 2 more overs, I believe. I'll double check that on the scorecard. After 25 overs, it's 174 for 5. 8 overs remain of this 33 over contest. Charlie Dean has got 3 overs left. She's currently 4 overs, none for 17. And Scholfield gets a thick outside edge. She will get 4 runs for that. She's run away there much quicker than I anticipated, but speaks to your earlier point about Charlie Dean bowling a great pace today. She's been varying it quite a lot, but as you've said, when she's pushing it through, it has been very nippy off spin.
Yeah, and Luff's still going with an attacking field here, so the mid-wicket's still in, and point is not very backward of, so there's, well, they are quite backward of, but there's no short third.
Scholfield able to turn that into the leg side for 1, moves on to 48 off 41. So we've got 5 fielders in the ring, as to be expected. Mid-off cover, backward point, a very backward square leg, almost at 45 and a mid-wicket. Davidson-Richards targets that gap behind point on the offside. That's a fantastic shot. She's managed to paddle that, reverse it from a kind of leg stump almost all the way down leg side line. Turn it around. This has been a very good over so far for Surrey.
Yeah, one of her strengths there, Alice Davidson-Richards. She will paddle. She's not afraid to do it, although I'm surprised we've waited as long to see it. Maybe over the winter she's worked on hitting the ball hard down the ground a bit more than using the angles.
She goes for it again. This time gets a little bit too much bat on it, so it takes some of the pace off the ball. They're only able to get 1. I believe the fielder at backward point probably moved a bit further round, kind of finer, to more of a kind of short third man position, just to be able to cut off the ball. So is Davidson-Richards a big sweeper?
Not a big sweeper, but a big paddler. And she will just, if you're not going to move that fielder, she will just keep going and going, and it will become a game of who blinks first with her, and she'll just pummel that gap until you move the fielder where she wants you to, and then she'll play it straight through that mid-wicket gap.
Big shot from Scholfield and caught. She's looked to go over the top, but Laura Jackson holds on at mid-off, and that is a crucial wicket for Somerset, because Davidson-Richards and Paige Scholfield were motoring along. Scholfield goes for 48 off 43. Very fine innings, but just cut short of where Surrey were hoping it would end up to. See here on the replay. Powerfully struck, but comfortably held by Jackson at mid-off.
Yeah, that's well held by Jackson, because that's coming at some speed at her. Paige Scholfield hits the ball hard and flat, so I'm sure she probably has quite cold hands and will be nursing them in her pocket for the next over.
So Charlie Dean gets herself in on the wickets for 2025. A new signing for Somerset, joined from Southern Vipers. So made the move along the south coast. She's bowled very well for, well, some reward now. She gets her first wicket. And in at number 8 comes Kira Chatley, wicket-keeper batter. Be competing with Ireland's Amy Hunter, who was signed in the last couple of days. Hunter was, well, she was in Pakistan about 4 days ago, so I think she can be forgiven for not quite being ready for today, even if that is to say she would be first choice. I think Chatley would have a word or two to say about that. Right, That wicket was also the end of the over, so it's 182 for 6. We have 7 overs remaining. 7 overs to get 48 more runs to hit that target of 230 that Kirstie is kind of signposted. Wellington's thrown that really wide. Davidson-Richards is able to knock the ball into the offside for a single.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't say I'm surprised to see Chatley here. I think she's more than capable of coming into bat at this point. I would have expected to see Phoebe Franklin, if I'm honest. Both very positive, powerful batters, so be interesting to see what Kira can do here.
Starts with a thick outside edge. It's fielded by Anderson at backward point. We're just having a little bit of rain. There's no movement from any of the ground staff. The umpires seem pretty content at the moment. Chatley just being done by Wellington's kind of dip and turn there. I still don't quite understand where the 42 runs Wellington has conceded have come from.
Well, there were 10 wides.
Those were the only 10 I can account for.
Ooh.
Another play and a miss from Chatley. She started wonderfully well. Wellington taking all 3 of her wickets very early in her spell. It's well fielded from Somerset. They're just sensing a moment here, putting a little bit of dot ball pressure on Chatley. There's only 6 overs remaining after this one, so we are getting towards that period of time where we are right at the death of the innings. That's beautifully bowled.
Yeah, sensing a bit of indecision there from Kira Chatley. She seems a bit stuck on the crease, and I think with someone of Amanda Jade Wellington's skill level, you can't afford to get stuck on the crease there. So hopefully she can park that and move forward quickly, because dots aren't something that the team will be wanting to see many of now.
Well, thankfully for her, Amanda Jade Wellington is done. She completes her 7 overs, finishes with 3 for 42. She took the wickets of Alice Capsey, Danni Wyatt-Hodge and Alice Monaghan. She really did change the game in Somerset's favour earlier on in this innings. We have a return to Heather Knight, so just the 1 over for Charlie Dean, who's got 2 overs remaining. It looks like we're going to have a bit of a chop and change until we get to the end of this innings. So Heather Knight so far 2 overs, 1 for 12. She took the wicket of Sophia Dunkley.
That's a lovely shot.
That's a fantastic cricket shot from Davidson-Richards. Powerfully struck. Off the bat, I thought she'd kind of knocked it to long on for the single, but she got it straight enough and able to muscle it through. You see Nigel Long diving out of the way and beats Long on comfortably. That's 4 runs.
That sounded outstanding off the bat. Whoa. And it was pure timing. She's not lost her shape, but that has travelled at some speed across the ground. That is damp, so imagine a nice dry outfield. And again.
She goes again. Is that 4? Is that 6? 4 signalled by umpire Nigel Long. And Heather Knight's just getting a little bit of a way shape with her off break. Drift away. But Davidson-Richards is lining it up and absolutely hammering her back down the ground. Bit of a gem here from Davidson-Richards. 33 off 28. Fielding change from Somerset. Long off and long on are out now.
Yeah, square legs come up, so interesting to see what the game plan is here now.
This time she tries to go through cover. I would have loved it if she'd swept over square leg there.
I thought she might, to be honest.
I think your ego demands you have to play such a shot in such an occasion. Good recovery from Heather Knight. We'll take that, a dot and a single. Chatley yet to get off the mark, 0 off 5.
So yeah, long off, just coming back up into the ring, and square leg has now gone back out. Just wonder if Knight's been brought on at this end because Charlie Dean fancies the other end.
Chatley goes for the sweep. That was very straight. She sweeps off middle stump. Despite a little misfield in the outfield by Emma Corney, they're able to settle for one. They return to that previous field. Long off drops out, square leg up in the ring. So the 5 fielders in the ring are cover, then square leg points. Short third and 45. That's lovely batting from Davidson-Richards. A very fine over for Surrey comes to an end. 11 off it. The score is 194 for 6. 28 overs is gone. 5 overs remain.
Yeah, just reflecting on Somerset's fielding here, they've taken their catches and good catches. Well, I'll be honest, but I think they've really let themselves down in terms of the quality of their ground fielding, and getting the ball back into the keeper or the bowler's end is something they really need to pick up, because those are just the standards that when you've got a team like Surrey who are putting you under pressure, they'll pick up on that and they will kind of drive the nail in if you're going to misfield, if you're going to throw a wayward ball in towards the stumps. You know, even just bouncing the ball in at the keeper's feet is, at this standard now, it's not really acceptable, and I think they'll probably go away and reflect and have a look at their fielding and say, you know what, we were nowhere near the level that we want to be. I can't imagine this is what the performance they'd wanted to put in the field, and have to regroup and move forward from there.
So we've got a change of bowling here. A return for Laura Jackson, the seamer. Are you surprised to see Seam come back in at this stage? Or would you imagined they'd have stuck with the spinners?
Yeah, I would have thought that they would have maybe kept Charlie Dean in the mix. Maybe they'll keep her for the very final few overs, but I am quite surprised at this change.
Jackson with that natural shape into the right-hander. There's just the slight bit of sloppiness Kirstie has been referring to. Jackson deflecting the ball onto the stumps. There's a bit of misfortune there for Somerset. Ball deflected off the stumps and away for a single. Brings Chatley back on strike, who is off the mark. She's on 1 off 6. I imagine she might enjoy a little bit more pace on the ball.
Oh, that's
a
a
lovely
shot.
cut shot. Just using the angle, cutting the ball behind point, splitting short third and backward point, and Chatley is away. It's a beautiful boundary. Let's have another look at this.
Oh.
Just picking up on length and punching the ball behind square. So there'll be 4 overs left after this one. Charlie Dean has 2 left. You can only imagine she will bowl both of them. She's able to find that angle again. Another slight misfield from Somerset. It's enough of a hand from Anderson there that keeps Surrey to 1.
So the question is, will they have a double bowling change, and will Ellie Anderson come on to replace Knight, or is Knight going to continue? I would be erring on the side of no, the way that ADR has been batting.
Big step across her stumps from Davidson-Richards there. She's targeting that. Potentially wondering if she was going to be targeting that mid-wicket region. She's just on her haunches here. Don't quite know what's happened there. Sorry. You're wondering whether they'll keep Heather Knight on or make the double switch to
change.
seam.
Yeah. You can't see from the front on view here, but ADR is batting very deep inside her crease.
There she goes, hacking the ball into the leg side. Are they able to turn for 2? They're not. It's kept to 1. No, you're right, she's very deep in the crease, stepping across her stumps. The plan is quite clear, I'd say, from Davidson-Richards at the moment. Looking to use that angle from Laura Jackson and target that leg side boundary. That's cut powerfully, but straight to the sweeper. And that over from Laura Jackson comes to an end. 8 runs off it. I reckon at this stage of the innings we'll call that a score draw. After 29 overs, it's 202 for 6. Davidson-Richards on 37. Kira Chatley on 7 off 9. Well, who are we going to see having a bowl?
You can see some arms waving. Is that Heather Knight still directing the field?
Looks like Charlie Dean taking off her cap.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
one imagines she'll finish off from this end. We've got 4 overs left, 28 runs to be scored for your 230.
My 230.
Your 230. You have full ownership over the number.
And north of.
And north of. Oh, so you get anything north of as well?
Anything north of, yeah.
Goodness me, I don't like this deal anymore.
It's a cruel game.
Right, Charlie Dean to Kira Chatley. She's able to poke the ball into the leg side. Not the most convincing sound off the bat, but I think at this stage Davidson-Richards on strike will be exactly what Surrey are after.
Yeah, I agree. I think just get ADR on strike, I think, here. I'd rather a 1 than a dot.
Muffled appeal for a stumping. Not given. Charlie's got very full there. Just able to sneak through Davidson-Richards. See on the replay here. Just beats the bat. It's incredibly close to bowling Davidson-Richards.
Yeah, Dean with the game plan here, looks like she's just going to try and get under the toe. If I bowl a Yorker, then you can't get underneath it. So she's happy going for 1. She's absolutely not offering anything more than that.
It's been a very fine bowling display from Charlie Dean. Going just 5 runs and over. Chatley goes to the reverse and succeeds in doing so. She gets the ball very fine. And that goes for 4 runs.
That's a very skillful shot, because actually Dean is bowling very, very full, so she's had to keep her hands very much under her eye line and wait for that ball to come onto her. And when you're playing that reverse sweep, you do risk reaching and missing. So that's a very, very well timed shot from Kira Chatley.
She's done exceptionally well, because there's 2 fielders behind point, or 1 on point in the offside. She just used the pace and deflect the ball ever so slightly. This time she pulls into the leg side. She's hit a gap. Will she be able to get 2? No is the answer. Well fielded in the deep by Fran Wilson. It's frustrating for Dean, because aside from that boundary, it's been a almost perfect over.
Yeah, and that's where at this level you've got to learn how to score boundaries very quickly, and Kira Chatley's done really well there.
Dean just going for that Yorker length, trying to sneak under the toe, as you said. Misses slightly, bowls a low full toss. Davidson-Richards kind of leans back in, I wouldn't say anger or disgust, but just kind of a reaction of sorts.
Yeah, she's very animated, isn't she? You get good value when you're watching ADR, for sure.
I was enjoying, end of 30 overs, 3 to go, 210 for 6. ADR on 39, Chatley on 13. I was enjoying the little kind of 8-9 minute video that Surrey put together of the women's boot camp trip.
Yeah.
We're trying to find where they went. I feel like it's a secret. Do you know?
I do know.
Oh my goodness me. Is that public information, or is it like when the men went out for the 2005 Ashes, or 2000 something Ashes? They kind of went to the Bavarian woods or something.
I believe it was the Lake District, actually.
Actually sounds quite nice. Jackson bowls, Davidson-Richards, and pulls the ball into the leg side, and that's gone the whole way for 6. I think I've done her a disservice by calling that a pull shot.
Yeah.
It was almost a Virat Kohli-esque back foot punch.
Yeah, it really was. She just bunted it, didn't she? Just a bunt over mid-wicket. That's fantastic. I want to get my hands on that bat.
She has timed that wonderfully well. That has gone over the rope by a good 15 or so yards.
This wicket is changing, because it was very, very slow in the very early overs of this game, but it's actually just coming through quite nicely now.
This time she's able to punch the ball once again off the back foot, but this time to the offside for no run. That was remarkable. I hope we can get another replay of that at some point, because as you said, it's a great advertisement for chased bats there.
They do make a good bat.
Oh,
hang it in the Louvre. That was a lovely shot.
Davidson-Richards Davidson-Richards swings for the leg side again. Splits the gap, gets 4. Tell you what, Alice Davidson-Richards and Alice Davidson-Richardson are both playing excellent innings today.
Yeah, her alter ego. Yeah, and the Surrey team and formerly of the Stars spoke a lot about, you know, hitting the ball into the pocket, running too. Well, when you hit it that cleanly into the pocket, you don't need to run at all. So that's an absolute result there. And she's got long levers, so she's just staying on the line of the ball, and the bat's doing the rest of the work for her, I think. The ball sounds pretty hard, actually, still coming off the bat.
How could Somerset help Jackson here? Because it seems very apparent that Davidson-Richards is going to be targeting that leg side. So another fielder they could lose from, could they bring cover point up and throw another fielder out on the leg side boundary? Or does that risk exposing the offside too much? Or would you be changing anything at all?
I think it's more a case of Laura Jackson helping herself. She's not changing her line or her length. I don't know if the message has come back from the keeper that, you know, ADR's batting with both feet inside of her crease, so anything that you think you're bowling length is actually back of a length to her, and she's getting underneath. At this stage, just keep targeting the stumps. But she's bowling too short.
Offside this time. There was a slight fielding change. They moved short fine leg, it was very fine, into mid-wicket position, so Jackson doesn't have any more protection on the boundary in that leg side, but there is just another fielder sat on that ring providing some form of cover. Davidson-Richards able to scamper through for a single, and that is a half century for ADR of just 42 deliveries. She's batted wonderfully well, coming in at number 7. Just under 15 overs left to go of this inning. She's kept the tempo high and really helped her team. One of many international calibre players in the side. She's kind of proved that quality today. Laura Jackson to finish off her over. Chatley bunts this down the ground. It's a really good strike. But straight to the fielder at long on. End of the over. 12 runs off it. The score 222 for 6. Davidson-Richards on around 50. Chatley 14. What have your thoughts been on Davidson-Richards' innings? Not to be confused with Davidson-Richards' innings.
I can comment on both if you like.
I'd love to hear on both. Yeah.
No, I think it's a typical ADR innings. She knows how to time an innings. She's responded really well to how the deck's playing. Her strengths are playing down the ground and she's lent into them. She's manipulated the field where she's needed to. And she's relentless. You know, like I said, if there is something that she can exploit and you're not going to change, she will just continue to do that until you make a change, and then she'll do something different off the back of that. But this is a typical ADR performance, and she looks like she's really having fun and enjoying herself as well, and that's what you love to see from her. So
it looks like we're going to have a late change of heart from Somerset. Charlie Dean was set and ready to bowl. Instead, I believe it's going to be Chloe Skelton, which suggests that Dean's going to bowl the final over and Jackson's going to come off. We've got no other changes in the field. Off-spin bowler for off-spin bowler, kind of a change in artist rather than the art. Chatley smashes that straight, dead straight even, to get 4. And after a slow start, Chatley's playing a little gem of an innings at the moment.
Yeah, she is, because she faced, I think it was 4 dots in that first over, so she's kind of turned it around a little bit here, which is good, and that's the way that Surrey will want to be playing.
It's an impressive change-up from Chatley, because she used the pace of Dean, who was bowling a bit quicker, her off-spin a bit quicker, Skelton potentially a bit slower through the air, so she didn't have the option of being able to paddle the ball behind square. Instead, hit the ball straight. Mid-off has dropped out to long off. Square leg is up in the ring. Chatley goes for the sweep, gets the top edge. She might be able to sneak back from 2 here. She does, beating the arm of Anderson, but only just. It's very clever batting from Chatley. She knew that the square leg fielder had come up in the ring. She gambled, tried to sweep the ball over square leg through a boundary. Didn't succeed, but did succeed in getting a top edge and a couple of runs.
Nice dive to finish, although a cricketing ick when the knee pad rolls down. That's a
She
beautiful
sweeps
sweep.
again. Will she beat deep mid-wicket to the boundary? She will. This is fantastic batting from Chatley. A really clean strike. You called that as soon as it came off the bat.
That's the shot of the day for me. She shuffled across her stumps onto outside of off the stump just to open up that leg side there, and we've seen some beautiful shots down the ground, but that is a really, really well timed, well executed sweep shot there.
It's a 50 partnership as well for this pair. Surrey have been relentless today, apart from that little wobble when Wellington got on top of them. Been well on top.
Yeah, I agree. And so we're just north now of 233.
Oh, goodness me.
I've won.
You have won.
I
And
have
you
won.
only continue to win more, unfortunately.
Yes, I do. But that's just the way it goes.
I should have just called 240. I don't think I ever said I thought they'd get fewer than 230.
I want 250. Skelton coming round the wicket now. Don't mind it, I like it. Change of angle, forcing ADR to play square of the wicket.
Very well filled on the boundary by Emma Corney.
I agree, however, I don't think the field is right for the fact that Corney is coming round the wicket, because I think now this square leg needs to come much finer because of the change of angle. So actually they both need to shuffle round.
Davidson-Richards finishes off the over with a powerful single down to long on. I believe my maths tells me that's 14 runs off the penultimate over. Sorry, on 236 for 6. Skelton finishes her work with 6 overs, none for 44. Just 6 balls remaining of this Surrey innings. One imagines it will be Charlie Dean to bowl the final 6 balls. And it looks like it will be. She beckons over to Emma Corney to come up in the ring, so cover point is going to come up into the circle. I guess that means they'll have their 4 fielders out from long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and like magic, Laura Jackson trots out to the deep square leg boundary. And well, it'll be Dean versus Davidson-Richards. Who can hit it further? How many dot balls can you bowl? Slight change of heart. Laura Jackson's gone to short fine leg, and Fran Wilson has been instructed to head out to deep square leg.
Yep, get your best fielders in your high traffic areas.
It's well struck by Davidson-Richards. To your point earlier, it was a great shot of her just beforehand as Dean was running in. You saw her with both feet within the popping crease. Exceptionally deep in her crease, trying to get under that ball and strike the ball clear of those fielders on the boundary. And that's bowled.
Pace off.
Chatley looking to make room and cut the ball through the offside where all the fielders are up in the ring. Unfortunately for her, misses, and Charlie Dean gets a very well deserved second wicket. See on the replay here, to your point, Dean kills the pace, forcing Chatley to make more of the delivery than she wishes to. It's a wonderful slow motion replay. You can see the perfect seam position on Dean's off break.
Yeah, and just in killing that pace, she's allowed the spin to come from the pitch, where I think when she's bowling that a little bit quicker, she's not getting the purchase off the seam that that you'd like, I think. But I don't mind this from Kira. She's tried to exploit where a boundary option could be. Again, Phoebe Franklin coming to the crease now, so strong batting still here.
Well, Franklin will have 4 balls to do her best. See if she can sneak a boundary. More to the point, sneak a single and get Davidson-Richards back on strike. Another right-handed batter. So we see a slight fielding change. Cover point drops back out. So we may well see Franklin try and attempt the same shots as Chatley in order to force a single. Very fine lower order player, Phoebe Franklin. Very deep in her crease as well. And that's perfect from Franklin. It's absolutely what her job was to do, to get off strike. Now Davidson-Richards has 2 balls remaining. I don't know if we can just get that shot where you'll see just how deep Davidson-Richardson is in a stance again. Both feet in the popping crease. She gives herself room. It'll be Phoebe Franklin's job to get on her bike and get back here, even if it's at risk of running herself out.
Yes.
And she does very well. Put the afterburners on. ADR flashes a thumbs up of approval.
Yeah, Phoebe Franklin is an absolute athlete, all-round athlete. There was no way she wasn't coming back for 2 there.
So we just here see in that shot, ADR both feet in the crease.
Down.
That's dropped, I believe. A sharp chance for Emma Corney on the ring. I thought Davidson-Richards had just managed to split the ring and get that through for a boundary, but a late chance goes down. Won't be too much damage done from that drop. Gets Franklin back on strike. Franklin finds deep mid-wicket. They will turn for 2. It should be run out. She shouldn't be able to make it back, but she does. And as a result, Surrey finish their innings on 243 for 7. Davidson-Richardson. I keep on doing it. I can't stop.
Yeah, I think you need to put a pound in the jar for every time you say
No,
this.
it's a tick. It's a tongue twister. Anyway, more importantly, Surrey finished their innings on 243 for 7. Davidson-Richards with a very fine, unbeaten half century. She finishes on 57 of 47. Phoebe Franklin 3 off 2. Now, important to note, it will be a very quick turnaround here at the county ground in Beckenham. When we had our earlier rain delay, we did take lunch, so we're expecting just 10 minutes between innings. We have a look at the Surrey card. Ellie Anderson got on the wicket sheet very early on with a fine delivery to remove captain Bryony Smith for just 1. Danni Wyatt-Hodge and Alice Capsey seemed very well placed, both running along at close to, if not more than a runner ball. But Amanda Jade Wellington kind of came to the party and took 3 wickets, dismissing both in quick succession before adding Alice Monaghan to her list. Here are those bowling figures. It was an expensive start for Somerset. Their seamers, Anderson and Jackson, kind of missed their lengths a bit, dropped short a touch, and you'll see that in their kind of respective economy rates. But the stars of the show were those 2 kind of star spinners, Wellington and Dean, 5 wickets between them, going at a runner ball and just under a runner ball respectively. Overall thoughts and impressions, 243 feels like quite a lot to me, but on the other hand, as you do say, Beckenham runs at Beckenham.
I'd say that's par really for the wicket. 240, 250 from 33 overs, yeah, outstanding. I think if you're playing a 50 over game here, you're looking at potentially north again of 300. Really to be in the driver's seat. Anything less than that, I think you're probably below par. But the wickets played very differently actually throughout the innings, and it's actually got better as the innings has gone on. And I think as a Somerset batting unit now, with the likes of Fran Wilson, Sophie Luff, and you saw some really strong sweeps coming through at the end of the innings there, which is very much a strength in their game. So that's kind of testament to how the wicket has improved throughout. So as a Somerset batting unit, I think they would probably be backing themselves to think, okay, we can definitely compete here. It's a big total, but if we build partnerships, then we can compete. But game on, I'm really interested to see where this goes.
Well, Kirstie, thank you very much. And for the innings break, we will be playing a documentary about the first 100 days of the new Surrey women's team. It's about 8 minutes long, and we have about 8 minutes until they walk back out onto the field of play. So fingers crossed we'll see you back here very shortly with our voices. But for now, enjoy the 8-minute film.
We knew that we were becoming Surrey in the summer, but I still think that it needed that special moment of our first day arriving here and Bryony's portrait being up on the pavilion, and what we wanted to do was we wanted to welcome the girls.
It's quite weird, isn't it? Oh, here's all the kit. How perfect. Oh, I am quite excited about the kit, to be fair. I guess it does feel a bit weird actually being so. Oh, I love it. Have a little look out here. It's actually cool, isn't it? Ooh, do feel a bit overwhelmed actually. Oh, there I am on the screen. Oh, there's Paige. Hello. Give us a hug. How was what? Good trip in? Yeah, all good. From passing screen. Yeah, it's fine. No, very short. Might take my coat off. Oh, I'm excited. Hello. How are you doing?
A momentous day for the county as our first real day of having our own professional women's cricket team.
I'd next like to invite to the stage our vice captain, Katya.
Oh, Natasha. Natasha. Thank you very much. Thanks. Natasha, wow, I've never been called that. Well, I don't really think you're supposed to be wearing it around the house. Yeah.
This is what we play in.
Yeah.
It was a really exciting day and a really good way to start our journey as a Surrey professional women's team. The welcome event was the Friday, the 1st of November official go live day, and then we started training on the Monday. We did a week of training before we then took the girls off to a pre-season or a pre-winter camp.
Tilly, Grego, Lambo, Jonesy, Phoebe, Team 2, Tash, Bethan, Kira, Lex and Pri.
Which will then have a knock-on effect on what it's like to come into here.
So the lead instructor on the day said to us, do you notice when you're switched on and when you're switched off?
Were you aware when you switched off, and were you aware of what you were doing and what impact that might have had on people around you?
And when he flagged that to them, it gave them this real moment of, in say a 50 over game of cricket, you can have dips, but knowing when you need to switch it back on, because you can't do that in a 50 over game of cricket, you have to be on the entire time.
The challenge for you guys over the few days is actually how quickly you can switch back on.
I'm up for it. We're going for the big
Yeah, it did, Bob.
As long as two of you are working, they don't mind. Nice.
Did this washing.
Come on!
Oh! Press!
Who's counting?
4. 5. 7. 11. 12. Down on the right. 13. 17.
Stay on your feet, stand tall. Determination, there's a steely edge to sort of beat each other. You were really fiery.
I'm really keen to see how they're going to approach like more of a problem-solving task under the fatigue from the previous exercise.
It's going well. The run this morning was rough. I thought it was going to take us to lunch, but apparently not. But it's good because I feel like we've already been pushed outside our comfort zones.
I think what it showed us on this trip was that we have leaders that we didn't necessarily know were leaders.
Yeah! Stay humble! Can we just stay?
Give the lucky egg!
Yeah.
Oh my god!
I'm so sorry. Can we just?
I'm so sorry.
Well, basically, this is a really fashionable beanie and it keeps my head warm, so I'm not going to sacrifice it just for the helmet, so we've gone for both.
Oh, ding dong! That is so nice.
Fashion before function.
So just say take it out, so leave it here in the bag.
Okay.
I did tell
Oh, it's attached.
I did tell her.
Chocolate mat, ready.
Guys, how's the press?
Might be in.
You can control what you do, but you can't at the same time. Like, you're trying to do your best every time, but it doesn't necessarily work out. And then I get caught up in the fact that I think I can control it every ball, which I technically can, but I also can't.
Yeah.
Like, maybe influence it, if that makes sense. But I stress myself out on like perfectionism, and whereas that is within my control, because I get so caught up in the moment, both good and bad, of like just trying to, when it's good, really feel it, but when it's bad, it's not the end of the world.
It's incredibly important for us that the girls know where they've come from and be excited about where they're going, but remember as well at the same time that it's bigger than just the match that they're playing out there. They can inspire, they can help change the game moving forward, and all of them are on board with that. I think because of, without sounding corny, the journey that they've been on to only just becoming professional, they know the importance of doing those extra things as well.
Here. Ready? Oh no! Like this if you want, and just go like that.
Sport and cricket, like, they give you skills, like social skills, leadership skills, working in a team.
It either needs to go along the floor or above head height.
Probably only need to come into one of our sessions to see we do things differently. Maybe it's because the girls have been indoors for a while that they're ready to get out there, but I think you do get to this point of winter where you get really excited about just getting out there and playing and putting the skills that you've practiced through winter into action. I think it'll be a real pinch me moment when we take the field for the first time wearing the 3 feathers, and I'm really excited for what's to come.
The Surrey fielding side, led by captain Bryony Smith.
Welcome back to the county ground, Beckenham, where Somerset are about to begin their chase in pursuit of 238. If you're wondering why the scorecard says that Surrey got 243 and Somerset need 5 fewer runs than that, that is called Duckworth-Lewis magic. Surrey started their innings and after 3.5 overs were 1 down when they went off for rain, and that's when the match got reduced. That's when you put all those numbers in a calculator. For whatever reason, they come out to a target of 238. I'm Cameron Ponsonby. I'm joined by Wisden's Katya Witney. Out in the middle for Somerset are Emma Corney and former England captain Heather Knight. Expecting to see seam from the start for Surrey, and I believe it will be Alice Monaghan to begin proceedings. Katya, thoughts on the first innings? Oh, I beg your pardon, it's Phoebe Franklin with ball in hand. And she will start with the new ball and to begin Surrey's fully professional era and hopefully get themselves in the wicket column. We have 7 overs of power play, 2 fielders out for the first 7. We have a deep cover point and deep square leg. 238, about par, too many, too few?
243.
243, then since revised down to 238.
It's a funny thing, Duckworth-Lewis.
Franklin slips one down the leg side to start proceedings.
That total worked out on the basis that, as you reliably informed me, Surrey were not expecting to only bat 33 overs at the start of their innings, but in the conditions they were faced with at the start of their innings, I think they were expecting to bat anything other than 50 overs at that point.
It has been. I've been reliably informed about the Beckenham microclimate over the course of today. Knight defends into the offside.
It's got slightly darker, I'd say, since the just over halfway point of that.
It has. I've been to Beckenham, I reckon 3 or 4 times in my life, and I'm yet to come here without anything other than at least 3 layers. And I've only ever been here in the summer as well, so I don't really know how that's worked out. I'm looking forward to spending many more afternoons here across this summer. It's cut for 1 by Knights. A shot at the stump from Sophia Dunkley, and I tell you what, she was the only person switched on to the chance of a run out there. Both myself and Heather Knight were cruising, going through the motions, expecting that to be an easily completed single.
Smarting from slapping Knight to the fielder in the first innings. First over run out would make up for that.
Absolutely quite right. Emma Corney on strike, previously of Western Storm. Here's an indication of kind of the new era of domestic women's cricket that we do have. All of Heather Knight, Danni Wyatt-Hodge, Charlie Dean, Alice Capsey, Sophia Dunkley, all these big international names all on this pitch together.
Well, I've been saying it since the start of the tier system being established, that to make a success of it you need to have the biggest names playing as consistently as possible. Obviously it's understandable that when England fixtures clash with the domestic format those players are not available, but to have players available as and when and playing domestic fixtures is really important part of the tier structure. Obviously drawing more crowds in, you're always going to struggle on a cold weekday at Beckenham.
That struck quite close in front, but Heather Knight and the umpire and Surrey all believe that was sliding down the leg side.
But bringing new crowds in and, you know, perhaps bringing some of the Surrey fan base that have typically only come to watch the men's side, drawing in those fans with names like Danni Wyatt-Hodge, Alice Capsey, and then you get to know those other characters in the squad, the Alice Monagans, Danny Gregory's, Phoebe Franklin's.
Franklin's a finisher over. Drops short, and Knight swivels on that ball and pulls it away behind square for 4 runs. A shame for Franklin on what was otherwise a very fine opening over. 7 runs off the first over.
Yeah, she didn't quite middle that Heather Knight, but the placement with no one really behind square on that side. Power play.
Franklin lost her line and her length there. Was duly punished. It is my, and this is no slight at all against Heather Knight. It's more an indication on the nature of the domestic game of years gone by. T20s, she's played, well, 45, there we go, 45 T20s for Western Storm across her career. She played 55 for Hobart Hurricanes.
That kind of says it all a little bit, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Right, so Alice Monaghan will start from the left-hand side. I need to make sure I go across these end names. I believe that's the end closest to Crystal Palace training ground. Monaghan, the new signing from Southern Vipers.
Do you always have your geography of cricket grounds by their proximity to football grounds?
I try to. That's why I kind of... the areas of detail I'm very poor on, and I need to address this very quickly as Monaghan runs in. It's a fantastic start. She has overstepped. It is a no ball and will be a free hit, but a fantastic shape on that delivery. Delivered at good pace. Nigel Long confirms. Free hit is signalled. No, end names and umpires' names. I'm always, in all the prep I do, and I'm happy to say you can see my documents if anyone wants proof that it does happen. I'm across everything apart from those 4 details. Luckily there's time to Google them in between. Monaghan in, free hit, Corney on strike. Oof. She goes for the paddle over fine leg. It is a vacant area, so you can understand the thought process.
Yeah, you can understand the thought process, but perhaps slightly too early to be turning to that kind of shot.
It shows obviously a shot she's comfortable with, potentially more so than trying to belt the new ball back over mid-off's head.
There's also perhaps a thought process that Surrey have opened from both ends with seam here, but I don't think it'll be too long before we see the spinners come into play with what we saw in the wicket in the first innings. And perhaps there's a want to make the most of these power play overs, these only 7 power play overs, against the pace on the ball before that pace comes off and before it becomes harder to score.
No, you're absolutely right. There's been a trend in kind of global T20 cricket where once upon a time you'd see kind of the spinners sneaking over or two in at the power play. They quickly realised that when the ball's swinging, that's a prime wicket-taking opportunity. Just short of length from Monaghan. And so rather than having your off-spinner bowling a ball with a brand new Kookaburra or Dukes, why not give it to your best seamer to try and extract some movement? So you're increasingly seeing power plays where your 2 best bowlers will bowl 3 from each end, and you kind of take the hit that you've only got one apiece from them for the remaining 14 overs. It's been a very good start from Monaghan. She's getting beautiful outswing shape on her opening 4 deliveries.
It's been very accurate from Monaghan so far.
Were you party to the earlier debates and discussions that had Monaghan listed as one of the best fielders in the country?
I wasn't party to it, but I can see where you're coming from. What was the debate? Who were the names?
Well, Monaghan was named by one of the Surrey backroom staff who worked in the social media parts of the world. His opinion was confronted by, just slips down leg side. It is a wide ball. Confronted by, it was
It's aggressive conversation.
It was aggressive. It was surprisingly aggressive given the subject nature. The response was Katie George, and I put these to our co-commentators. Tash Farrant of Surrey got a name check. The one I wanted to put in the mix, not necessarily for all-round fielding. I couldn't judge on that too much, but Lindsay Smith has an unbelievably good throw.
Yeah.
Another fine outswing delivery from Monaghan. The over does continue. There's been that no ball and a wide, so we'll head to our 8th ball of this over. Lindsay Smith during the World Cup, I think they were playing Bangladesh, and basically the boundaries, there was a part of the ground where everyone had been running 2-2. And the ball went to Lindsay Smith, and they set off as they had been all innings, and they were run out by half a pitch. They must just have not known kind of the power she had. Well played by Emma Corney. That's a very fine over from Alice Monaghan. Her first in a Surrey shirt. That comes to an end after 2 overs, Somerset and 9 for no loss. Target 238. So those are the 4 names we've got. If you are listening and do want to contribute, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Best fielders in the women's game, or men's. Very happy to debate good fielders all day long.
I'd go with Katie George from those names. That would be my pick. You're right there.
I just almost fell over. I don't know. No real reason. Didn't trip. Didn't move. What can you do? Phoebe Franklin to continue. That's a big in-swinging delivery, and Heather Knight is just able to help it on its way again. Poor fielding by the man in the shorts down outside the boundary rope. But he's kept with it. He's now off screen, but he's reaching underneath the covers. Has retrieved the ball.
I played a university game where the ball went under the covers.
Did you ever get it back? Is it still there?
I was about to say that it just needs to control
Here we
the
go.
in-swing.
Reaches with his right foot.
Well, I had to crawl underneath the covers, and it was pouring with rain because we were still playing in the pouring rain, and I came out covered in mud and had to field for the next 30 overs.
It's wide by Franklin and adjudged as such. Sounds like a very traumatic story. I'm glad you've come out the other side of it. Okay.
Pretty similar day like today, actually. Nothing worse than a 40 over Saturday game.
I must admit, I am very pleased to be participating in this cricket match from this side of the boundary rope with many layers on. You've got a lot of fielders with hands in pockets out in the middle. That's an appeal. I think there's an inside edge that saves Heather Knight. I think from Phoebe Franklin, sheepish. Look back to the umpire. She agrees.
It sounded like there were two noises there. Otherwise, it was pretty in front with the back leg.
She has a very good stride in as well. It does nip back. It's very hard to tell from that. I do love that slow motion replay we have access to. You're able to see the seam position of the ball as it goes down the wicket.
Couldn't quite see there whether it was front leg onto back or slides inside edge.
Stays wide, and Heather Knight is able to gently pick up a single. Her towel falls out of her back pocket, duly picked up by Emma Corney. Emma Corney is waving at Heather Knight to come and retrieve a kind of handkerchief. Heather Knight's waves her away. Corney's off to give it to the square leg umpire.
Well, perhaps it is drying out there. We've not seen too much rainfall since the interval. We saw the Surrey fielders battling with that ball as it went over the turf, but should be drying up pretty well now.
It's a beautiful shot from Emma Corney. Just had a fantastic statistic sent in by Hypercourse on Twitter, who I've always referred to as the kind of patron saint of women's domestic cricket. Heather Knight has only played 14 domestic one-day innings since 2018, although she has scored 1,041 runs in those games at an average of 104.
That's a brilliant stat.
It is wonderful. Hypercourse, if you are on Twitter, or X, as it is now known, I do recommend giving Hypercourse a follow, because I guarantee they'll tell you things you did not know.
Yeah, I guess there's a slight timing issue as well, as it was previously known in the Rachel A. Flint Trophy with the starting times. If you think last year, England team were in New Zealand.
That ball's just held its line from Franklin. Heather Knight batting outside of her crease just to negate that movement that Franklin's been getting. At the end of the third over, it's 16 for no loss.
Yeah, the international winter actually finished quite early this year when you consider it, with just the Ashes before the WPL, obviously, which a few England players were involved in, but not a ridiculous amount. It's kind of freed them up to have a bit of a break, a bit of a long break before a long run into that West Indies series starting next month. And this is a really good preparation for that series. You know, you've got these two sides playing against each other with international games, and with these international names in these two sides. That's really good preparation for that series.
I think there'll be a variety of availability schedules leading into that series. I haven't spoken to anyone who's given me the same answer of how many games. Pulled away by Corney. Should be intercepted by Sophia Dunkley, and is so. I'll get back for two. Yes, I haven't had the same answer twice in a row from people of how many games the England players will be available for. The guesstimation is about 6 until the Windies come to town.
That's a significant number of games, though.
It really is. Well, if you take into account the fact that in the last 7 years, Heather Knight's played 14, that's almost half in one month. Lovely shape again from Monaghan.
Greeted by a lovely block.
I'm very much looking forward to that England versus West Indies series. Very much looking forward to a batter by the name of Kiana Joseph coming over and the English public being able to see her. She's not a batter of subtlety, I'd say. It's a very clear game plan. She took England down in the World Cup in kind of devastating fashion. And she is worth the entry fee.
Second mention of the day for Chanel Henry as well.
Of course. Well, she's had a bit of a... Does her WPL emergence count as a rebrand? I knew she could. She was capable of kind of great ball striking, but I didn't realise just what that it was to such a degree, as it were.
I'd say it was a rebrand. I spoke to her during that WPL, and she said she'd spent the month before the WPL hitting balls tied to a tree at her home in the West Indies. And in her words, she was hunted down by 2 WPL sides as a replacement player for injuries. And she just spent the entire time before her head had completely gone in the West Indies series. So prior to the India series, which they played before the WPL, and she'd said to the coach she didn't even want to go to the training camp. Her head was just in the wrong place. She needed to get better mentally. Went back home to the Caribbean, spent all the time in her backyard with a kind of like a swing ball set up around the tree.
This is wonderful.
Yeah.
And it clearly worked.
Came back in and struck at about 200 in the WPL.
It's a great shame that the West Indies failed to qualify for the upcoming 50 over World Cup. Monaghan is bowling really beautifully today. She started exceptionally well, honing in on the stumps, just a little bit of a late away shape. She's got so many dismissals in play. She's challenging cornies, pads, stumps, outside edge all at once. She's looking a mighty fine player.
I appreciate the nonchalance of Heather Knight at the non-striker's end.
I want to know what she wanted to do with that towel. I've never understood why batters use towels.
I mean, to dry things?
Oh, Monaghan gets full. It's a full toss, stabbed into the leg side. They'll get 2. So Monaghan concedes 4 off the over, which, well, it's well behind the required rate, but given the quality of the over, I think she'll be disappointed to have leaked even a couple of runs. But I've never... But drying what?
Anything you would like.
Hands. You've got gloves on, you can change your gloves. Anyway, end of the 4th over. Score is 20 for no loss.
The worm.
We've got the worm looking up here. Somerset's dark maroon and Surrey's brown blending into one slightly. They've started at similar rates. Heather Knight there, you can see they're on 10 off 8 deliveries. Corney just struggling on 6 off 17, but in her defence she has been having to deal with Alice Monaghan, who has got the ball on a string currently. Phoebe Franklin been a little bit more variable in her lengths. She comes in tonight. Just that in late movement into the right-hander. See Knight gesturing as such. The ball takes her inside edge, then a pad and trickles out to cover.
Yeah, that's the delivery that's been causing trouble. That in-swinger that nips back just enough that's threatening the pads. Nearly had Knight previously. Slight edge saving her. You can sense that's where she's honing in on that area.
Pulled from just the top of the stumps.
Ooh.
And it's a misfield in the deep. It trickles away for 4. It felt like a risky shot from Knight. The ball really wasn't that short from Franklin. She's kind of short arm pulls it across the line. Gets 4 for her troubles. See a replay of it here. I mean, it is short. I'd take back my previous comments about it not being that short of a length. See, it just sneaks under the fielder on the boundary.
Yeah, she just overran it there. I think that's Alice Monaghan.
Ryana Macdonald-Gay.
Ryana Macdonald-Gay.
In the deep. That ball's just gone the other way out of Franklin's hand. It is given a wide ball by Julia Jarvis, but I don't think Franklin will be too dissuaded by that. She's able to get the ball moving in both directions. But that ball just really didn't bounce very much in shorts. There are a couple of deliveries in the first innings where Danni Wyatt-Hodge and Capsey were able to really pounce on the kind of stodgy bounce of the wicket. It's changing.
Yeah, you can see it losing a bit of pace in the wicket there. It's not really sitting up for Knight.
I think for those down at the county ground, could be in for a treat here. With Heather Wright's strong domestic record. It's a large target in front of her and a full 33 overs if she wants them. Franklin's just lost her action there a little bit. Dragged that one short and wide.
You still got Heather Knight's stats up there.
I can get them back.
Just interested in if there is a difference in, you mentioned she played more T20s for Hobart than she had domestically over the last few years. Is there a difference in stats?
Franklin full, driven out to cover point. Tell me again. Right, so we want to go year by year?
Team by team, can we do?
Team by team. I've got team by team here for Heather Knight Women's 2020 batting and fielding. But this is so Hobart Hurricanes, average of 26.5, high score of 82. Western Storm average of 36. But as you say, that'll be over differing time periods, and I must admit my cricket archive skills aren't quite at that level yet. Corney just trying to force that off the back foot. Just getting a little bit stuck at the moment, Corney. 6 off 18. Franklin just finishing off the over with her stock ball, angling into the right-hander. After 5 overs, the score is 27 for none. Heather Knight is on 15 off 12. Emma Corney 6 off 19. We have another contribution from Hypercourse in relation to Chanel Henry. WCPL games, which of course is the Women's Caribbean Premier League, are quite often played on the same boundary sizes as the men's matches in the double headers. So players capable of hitting sixes in the WCPL, such as Chanel Henry and Kiana Joseph, who we were talking about both of them earlier, they can clear the ropes with ease in any other women's competitions. Can clear the ropes with ease in any other competition. Now, they're two incredibly exciting players, and it's why they just fell. Well, they lost to Scotland in kind of unexpected fashion in the Women's World Cup qualifiers, and I think it's just such a shame that that competition will be absent of the likes of Hayley Matthews, who is one of, if not the kind of best player in the world at the moment. Monaghan to Heather Knight, and I think this will be a very exciting match-up here of England's kind of past, present and future all wrapped into one.
Brilliant match, that West Indies-Scotland game. Did you see the end of it?
I don't think I did. I think I remember reading the scorecards the next day, so please inform me.
Well, Hayley Matthews, having taken 4 wickets in the first innings,
of course, yes,
had what looked like debilitating cramp in the second innings as she neared her century. She retired hurt twice, the second time being stretchered off the pitch, only to come back with about 30 needed to win when the 9th wicket went down. I think there should be some kind of rule that if you're stretched off the pitch,
you win.
Yeah, or I don't know, because then she came back on the pitch and she didn't look well, but she could walk. As in, if you're stretched off the pitch, I feel like you should not be able to walk, or not be able to bat. I'm not explaining this very well, but
so if you get stretched off, that's effectively a red card. You're retired out, not out.
On health and safety grounds. But yeah, she came back, and then the final wicket fell 11 runs away from the West Indies winning. Hayley Matthews stranded on a century.
I did see that. No, I was across that. I was Hayley Matthews is kind of this one-woman army for the West Indies often. I remember the statistics about how she was the only the certain number, X number of players to have taken 4 wickets and scored a century in the same game. I think you might look around the changing room afterwards and go, anyone fancy helping me out, please?
Yeah, she was the overall leading wicket taker in that tournament, and she was in the top 4 run scorers.
Monaghan continues just hammering that perfect line. The ball's just swinging a little bit less, so when we saw her beat Corney's outside edge on a few occasions in the opening overs, it's just holding its line, and Knight's defending the ball back down the ground. But when you do compare Knight and Corney's strike rates, a lot of it is because of which ends they've been at. Monaghan has been kind of almost inch perfect. Has tied 4 dots together here against Knight. Will we see Knight trying to force the issue here? That's wide, that's cut, and that's 4. Real shame for Monaghan, who had been putting together a perfect over. That is the class of Heather Knight.
Just looking around the grounds as we watch this replay, boundary from Heather Knight. Durham have won against Essex. Susie Bates' first innings in the competition, 93 not out.
Wonderful.
For 108 balls. Holly Armitage also not out in that game. Essex won the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy they won as Sunrisers last year.
Yep.
Andy Tennant, head coach of Sunrisers, now head coach of Essex, similar playing group. Led by Grace Scrivens. But that's a heavy defeat in the first round of the competition. Durham, I think, are dark horses this year.
It's well bowled by Monaghan. Heather Knight just guides it down for a single. I think this over has shown perfectly the quality of Heather Knight. 5 excellent deliveries, dealt with sensibly, and then 1 loose delivery immediately punished. No, you are right. I had Durham, Lancashire and the Blaze were kind of the 3 other teams that were kind of had a circle ringed around them to me to go along with Surrey in terms of the people expected to be challenging right up at the top.
Some really impressive recruiting over the winter from Durham, given that as well Yorkshire have got that 1 year before they're in Tier 1. They've not lost all of their players. They had a smaller recruiting ground regionally in that respect, but they've really done some good recruiting. Maddie Villiers was at Sunrisers last year, so her first game against what's effectively her old side.
We just have a change of bowling, brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. Ryana Macdonald-Gay, fresh off a test debut across the winter, is replacing Phoebe Franklin. She just struggled for her rhythm in that final over of hers. Macdonald-Gay has had a fantastic last couple of years where her kind of stock has really risen quite rapidly. I think you'd expect her to be opening the bowling for many teams across the country. First change here, potentially with a nod to kind of how Franklin naturally gets that ball into the right-hander.
Have you heard the story of Ryana Macdonald-Gay getting a call up for the England squad over the winter?
I don't think I have.
She was at a do, I believe, some kind of awards do.
A do?
A do.
Okay.
Not a party, a do.
Okay.
Had a call from Chris Guest, who was head of the England Women's Pace Development Programme, which Ryana Macdonald-Gay is a part of.
Edged, and that will be 1 run down to deep third, fielded by Danny Gregory. Macdonald-Gay just getting that shape away, similar to what Alice Monaghan is finding from the other end.
Yes, she was half expecting this call to come up to South Africa, given the injuries in the England women's squad at the time. But in her own words, thought if they were calling me up, they would let someone important do the call rather than Chris Guest. Didn't pick it up.
Hang about, I don't. This is on public record that Macdonald-Gay is saying someone important.
As a joke between the two, I think
Gotcha,
they worked
okay.
very closely together. I interviewed them both over the winter in consecutive interviews. It's a very fun character, is Ryana Macdonald-Gay.
It sounds like they work closely together. It was quite nice for Chris to be able to.
I agree.
Make the call. Macdonald-Gay just getting that ball to move back into the right hander now. I think Emma Corney can count herself quite unfortunate at the moment. She's on the receiving end of some very high quality bowling so far.
Yeah, and apart from being a success story at Surrey, Ryana Macdonald-Gay is a real success story of that pace development programme that's still only in its first year. But has really contributed a lot to that attack.
That's a beautiful shot by Corney, and she'll deservedly get 4 runs for it. Beats Phoebe Franklin at mid-on, and that is a wonderful shot, and hopefully for Corney that will just break the shackles a little bit. She hasn't been given too much to work with, and there, a slight misjudgment in length.
Perfect placement.
And that is a wonderful shot. It's Paige Scholfield at mid-on, I beg your pardon.
So over the winter, this group of bowlers, including Ryana Macdonald-Gay, the likes of Izzy Wong, Katie George, Grace Potts, has been spending, I think for the first part of the winter...
Short and pulled, and that'll be 4 more for Corney. Macdonald-Gay missed ball, now misses short. Corney is away. Sure she'll be feeling much better for it. Yes, tell me more about the fast bowling project just after this replay. Well pulled again. Ball hasn't really quite got up. Pulled from the top of the stumps.
It's a real loosening opening over from this Ryana Macdonald-Gay. The first part of the winter, they're spending the first 2 or 3 days, 2 days of the week maybe up at Loughborough, getting really specific one-on-one training.
That's short and wide, and Macdonald-Gay gets away with that one to finish the over. And Corney will be cursing herself there at the end of the 7th over and the end of the power play. The score is 42 for none. Run rate required is 7.5.
Yeah, so spending the first couple of days of the week up at Loughborough getting really specific one-on-one training. Not just in bowling that regard, but mostly in all aspects of the game. And then for the rest of the week going back to their counties and training, but being visited by the coaches from that Loughborough setup in a really kind of comprehensive approach to their development. And it's really paid off, that we can see.
And was that a programme that had been kind of a long time in the making?
I think it comes from, it's Chris Guest's baby really that he oversees, and I think it comes from England bowling coach John Lewis not quite having the time to get around the counties enough, or being away so much over the winter. Chris Guest as well ran a camp for pre-Ashes for England fringe players.
Monaghan is continuing into her 4th over. Again, that's really well bowled. Perfect line, just leaving Heather Knight.
Yeah, and then it kind of culminated in a camp in Abu Dhabi that was originally meant to be just a camp for the fast bowlers, and then turned into a bit of an England A camp before they went off to Australia recently. But you can see in that, yeah, Izzy Wong was part of that programme. She did very well in Australia, particularly in that 4-day game at the end of the series.
I get the feeling this is the type of spell you'd love to be bowling to Heather Knight if she was still the England captain. You'd find yourself with a game pretty soon. Well driven by Knight. That should beat deep third, and does. To add 4 to her name. So what's the long-term plans for this project? Is it just going to continue running as is, or is it planned to expand it or condense it?
I think expansion is the aim. I think it's just take it as it comes at the minute.
See a replay of Heather Knight's lovely driven 4, opened the face, and guided the ball, managed to guide the ball behind backward point.
I think the point of it was that these fringe bowlers outside of the core weren't getting quite enough attention, so that when they came into the setup there was a bit of a gap or a bit of a steeper learning curve. And the point was just to keep them at a good level, at a much more intense level of coaching, so that that learning curve the gradient was lessened. If you look at someone like Izzy Wong, who's kind of been in and out and had a bit of a difficult time over the last couple of years, it's like that wraparound care of players who they know are going to be important players for them over the future, and almost that extra bit of nurturing.
Monaghan just slips down the leg side. Knight is able to turn the ball down to fine leg for a single. She really is cruising here, England international, on 26 off 23.
Yeah, she looks incredibly relaxed, just getting into her work calmly.
I'll be interested to see if we see a more positive approach from Corney here. Her kind of tail will be up a little bit after those 2 boundaries in the previous over. Monaghan has so far been incredibly accurate to her. Or she looked to force the issue, or just hit that cover point sweeper, try and get one. Top from Monaghan. 1 ball remains in the over. Run rate exactly as a runner ball. Short pulls, and that'll be 4 runs. Corney's broken the shackles in the last couple of overs with 3 overs. Somerset bring up their 50 at the end of the 8th over. You see a replay here as Monaghan drops short, pulled well in front of square by Corney. As Somerset bring up their 50. I'll depart for Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nothing length there from Alice Monaghan. Surrey Seamers not quite getting their length right at the minute. I wonder how long it'll be. Ryana Macdonald-Gay's just come on to bowl, but I wonder how long it'll be until Surrey change it up and go for some spin.
Well, there's a bit in the pitch for spin, isn't there? I'm sorry, I'm being distracted by the fact that Hypercourse has been in touch. And when Hypercourse is in touch, it's important. He gets in touch to say Heather Knight's 1-day stats by team. She began at Devon, before moving to Berkshire, played 7 times for Western Storm. 7. in the Rachel Hay-Ho-Flint. Somerset are the first traditional men's first-class county she has played for. It's clipped away nicely. There is cover out there, deep backward square.
By pure coincidence, I was looking at this morning, and
Oh yes,
I think Heather Knight was at Berkshire till 2019. I think I'm right in saying.
well, she's played 52 games for Berkshire, which is more than all her other domestic matches put together by some considerable margin. 13 games for Devon.
Do you know who else is Berkshire?
Apart from Ronnie Corbett.
Well, could be.
Yeah.
Lauren Bell is.
Lauren Bell?
Well, was a Berkshire player until this year, officially. Anyway, obviously of the Southern Vipers, but county side was Berkshire.
She's got an absolutely petrifying record for Berkshire and Devon. Ooh, swing and a miss. Umpire might have been tempted there, but has kept her arms down. In 65 matches for Berkshire and Devon, Heather Knight scored 3,731 runs at an average, what must be above 70 odd, 1400s.
Oof.
And 17 further scores above 50. So she's going to be key here. Albeit wide this time. Just trying to hide the ball a touch here, Macdonald-Gay.
It's interesting with this new county alignment, though, isn't it? Because speaking to Georgia Adams about it, actually, before the season started, over the end of last summer, kind of turn of the winter, she's always been a Sussex player, but obviously Southern Vipers captain. And she said it was slightly conflicting moving across to identifying as Hampshire captain.
Well, you would think so. Sussex to Hampshire. That's flicked away nicely. This could, oh, it will beat Capsey out at deep square leg. The runs keep coming. This has been a good over from Macdonald-Gay, but that 4 just eases the pressure, keeps that required rate in touch. Lovely shot off the pads. Placement, brilliant.
Yeah, that's a really beautiful looking shot. Just a flick. Just evades fielder, just evades Alice Capsey on the boundary.
Yep, she needs an extra yard or so there, Capsey, an extra yard of pace, or to be positioned an extra yard in front of square. End of the over, 6 from it, 57 without loss. Somerset still yet to lose a wicket on this very placid deck. Well, I say end of the over. Apparently not. Maybe we have an erroneous dot there.
Can't quite work that out yet.
Hang on. Umpire, is umpire just trying to make sure that that is the end of the over or not? We're just waiting to see. Maybe we don't have an erroneous dot and it was the end of the over. It was. Right. Sorry, Katya.
I've completely lost my train of thought. I was fascinated by that discussion over how many balls have been bowled in the over.
So that required rate, I mean, you would think in women's domestic cricket, years gone by, that would be an almost impossible target. But with the likes of Heather Knight there, they're still batting to come. It's not the deepest batting lineup Somerset have got, but I tell you, it's a pristine deck. What we haven't seen, though, is spin yet. And it was the spin of, albeit Amanda Jade Wellington and Charlie Dean, which caused Surrey some problems. Here comes Alice Capsey.
There you go. That's what you were saying earlier. Get Alice Capsey into the attack.
Well, it'll be intriguing to see how Bryony Smith manoeuvres her bowlers around here. It's not, when you have these kind of overs, 33 overs, you've got 3 bowlers who can bowl 7, 2 can bowl 6. I mean, obviously you can have more bowlers bowl more, but you can only find 3 bowlers to bowl 7. And you would imagine that Smith will be concentrating on her spinners from what we've seen of this pitch, and also just forcing the batters to inject some pace.
That's well played, just played into that gap.
I'd have thought of a second there. But, decided against. You see some really good square driving today. Heather Knight does like that shot, doesn't she? Just through backward point.
She does. What I'm quite excited about, which potentially could happen with the slightly less depth to the Somerset batting lineup is a Charlie Dean in the middle order. I'm a big advocate of Charlie Dean moving further up the order whenever she plays.
Me too. I mean, of course, the reason why she was run out of the non-strikers end was because India couldn't get her out.
Exactly.
And nearly pulled off a brilliant one-wicket victory, which was cut short. Looking forward to that rematch.
Yes.
Lords.
Yeah.
England-India.
There's a test match at Lords next summer between England and India as well, so it'll be 2 summers of England and India at Lords.
Here's one for you, just coming briefly off the old women's cricket. Is it called a sesquicentenary? 150th anniversary of the first Ashes test match between men. And the game is being played at the MCG, just as a centenary test was played back in 1977. So they're celebrating. Oh, now that's a lovely shot. That is terrifically placed and brilliantly timed from former England captain Heather Knight, who's looking in really good touch, slightly over pitch from Capsey, but wonderfully lent on, finding the gap. There's a fielder out there on the offside.
Yeah, she's really been given the run around in the last few balls. I think, is that Ryana Macdonald-Gay out there?
It's hard work. But, so there was a 100th anniversary game, centenary test match, for the first men's test match in England as well, that took place in 1980. But scandalously, outrageously, and completely inexplicably, it took place at Lords. When, of course, as any fool knows,
the Ashes were born at the Oval.
Yeah, first test match played in England was at the Oval. So surely the 150th anniversary match has to take place at the Oval, doesn't it?
You would hope so.
It cannot happen at Lords.
I think there was a...
That's not traditional.
No, I think there was a... In the Women's Ashes in 2023, there was some... I'm forgetting this and I'm going to butcher it, but there was some commemoration of the Women's Ashes trophy at Lords during the T20 that took place at Lords.
Yeah, there was various things burnt, weren't there?
Yeah.
I can't remember what precisely was in it now.
I think there should be more symbolic burnings. I think that's what sport needs.
All right, Queen Mary. Yeah.
Just a very odd sport that commemorates by burning.
Head of the over 64 without loss. 10 gone. It is a bit odd, yeah. I'm not going to deny it. So, just a reminder, membership for 2025 is on sale now at Kia Oval. There are various tiers of membership. You get full county membership, which gets you into County Championship, T20, the 100, etc. You can have it without the 100 if you want. It's a little bit cheaper, about 270 quid if you have the full membership, 220 odd without the 100. £73, and I'm talking to you if you are between 18, is it? No, sorry, between 16 and 18 or 14 and 18. That's an incredible value. There's also a sort of young person's discount as well. Check that all out at kiaoval.com. There are some fabulous rates to be found, and that'll get you into all the women's matches, all the men's matches. You can choose the tier that you want. Also get guest passes with various different memberships. Bring your friends down and bask in the sunshine that will return. Of course, in Surrey's men continue their county championship campaign. There are 6 more home games. They start a new game on Friday. Katya and I will be.
I will not.
What?
What?
What is this?
I'm off to Scotland tomorrow morning, so I will not be.
That's appallingly badly timed.
It is.
Pulled away. Oh, that's a fine shot through mid-wicket. Just dropped a little too short, Macdonald-Gay there. And he cannot be doing that to Heather Knight, who's looking ominous here.
Yeah, just wide of that fielder, close into the wicket.
Well, it sits up on this pitch, doesn't it? It's a very true pitch as well, so you don't have to worry too much about it keeping too low. There's none of that.
I think some of them sit up, although I was talking to Cam earlier and we were saying that some of them just lose their pace in the pitch and don't bounce quite enough. It's not a... There's none that are scuttling through, you would say. No scuttlers, but there are some that aren't quite getting up as much as you would expect them to. But that one sat up very well.
That'll just be the single. There is cover in the form of cover. Sophia Dunkley, very, very recognisable out in the field. Slightly rolling gait, like a ferry, tossed in the wind.
I'm sure she'll be thrilled to hear you describe her as a fairy.
Well, if, you know, not a massive ferry. Just, you know how a boat slightly tilts from side to side, gently rolls from side to side. She's very, very recognisable in the field, partly for that reason. It's skewed away off the thick inside half of the bat. It's very helpful for commentators, I find, when people have idiosyncrasies.
Yeah, I would say Sophia Dunkley's quite recognisable in the field. She also tends to be quite busy in the field, I notice.
Busy? Well, she's a very good fielder, so they stick her in places where the ball tends to go. She also wears her helmet at a rather jaunty angle, I find.
Yeah, she's one of those cricketers that you're drawn to with some style, some there's always eccentricities about the way people wear their clothes or their protective gear that kind of draw you to them.
Yeah, Jack Russell used to be one with that hat that had been patched up so many times. Play and a miss. Actually a rare false shot. 7 off the over, that is pretty much what the required rate is. Somerset came into this game without doubt as definite underdogs. They're standing toe to toe with Surrey here as we see that lack of foot movement. Didn't get a foot out quite far enough. It felt like the right length to be driving at, but Corney not getting anything on it.
Yeah, that's the first one of those oohs and ahs that have been drawn in a while for a false shot or a miss, playing a miss. Long conversation going on here with Alice Capsey, ADR and Bryony Smith.
There's a fair bit of experience in that chat, I would say. Capsey's just sending back her long on. The deep fielders are out at deep mid-wicket, deep cover, deep backward square, and long on.
Yeah, there's a lot of catches here.
Just 4 allowed out. Can be a bit of a headache for the skipper. And that's why the long on's in place. Goes straight to Scholfield out there. It's pretty grey, it's pretty gloomy, but the wind has abated. It's fairly chilly, but it's due to warm up. All the more reason to get yourself down to the Oval Friday to Monday. Surrey take on Somerset. The men's in the 4-day county championship. Taken on the full, but will be cut off at mid-off, so just a single. Surrey's men having drawn their first 3 games. They're still in touch. It's very early on in the season. They've played on 3 very flat decks. One at Chelmsford, which was unusually placid. One at Hove, where wickets were very hard to come by. And then at the Oval, where the pitch got a little bit better as the match progressed, and a bit of time was lost as well. The bad line.
A bit more circumspect with Alice Capsey here. Just settling in a bit.
We've not seen her reverses yet, have we, from Heather Knight? She does like the reverse sweep. Backward point could come into operation at some point. There's a big gap there for that shot. Do you reckon? Because we've got a short third who's actually pretty fine. And there's a deep cover, 5 or 6 yards in front of square. So there's a massive gap.
Well, I'm sure she's seen it and she'll be thinking about it. Not quite got the ball yet.
Yeah, Capsey just bowling that straighter. It's harder to unfurl the reverse unless the ball's just outside, off stump perhaps.
Yeah, looking to use her feet instead. Just playing that one into the leg side. She's moved to 40 off 37. It's complete ease, you'd say.
Well, she's a cut above, isn't she? Are you all right standing up?
I am actually. I'm quite enjoying it.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to keep some feeling in my feet. I've got some massive blisters from the shoes I was wearing last night on my feet.
Oh, because you went to a do, didn't you?
A do, not a party, a do.
You went to a do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you go to Lord's, you have to wear ivory or something, don't you? In order to get
Yeah,
into the long room, I
exactly.
forget. So just the 3 singles off that over. A good one from Capsey. 74 without loss. That run rate required has just ticked over a touch. Yes, I think so. I think he was probably supposed to have gone the previous over, but we all forgot. Don't worry about it. Katya will be back, and she'll be joining us on Oval and Out, our podcast later on, with her blistered feet. Kirstie's back.
Here I am.
With my Surrey hat on, which I seldom take off. I have to say this has been a terrific start for Somerset.
It's the start they needed, absolutely. Yeah, I hadn't quite realised that Knight was on 40 from 37 until you just said, actually. So she's anchoring the innings well. I wasn't expecting her to open, so it's. I mean, she can bat anywhere, can't she? But she's doing a really good job here, and it seems that her experience is rubbing off on Corney. So breakthrough needed for Surrey, 100%.
Well, they would absolutely love, as you can see, our changer bowler, powered by SSE Energy Solutions this season. I would love to get Heather Knight out. She will be a very, very prized wicket indeed.
Yeah, it just seems this deck, and not to take anything away from the class that is Heather Knight, but the deck is definitely getting better. It certainly looked easier to bat on towards the back end of the Surrey innings, so certainly playing into the hands of Somerset here. Some discipline needed from Surrey.
One of the good tosses to win, you'd have to say. That's
I
been
would definitely
thwacked
agree.
away. But Dunkley moves nimbly to her right, keeps them to 1. So one of those ones where you just wonder if it had been 50 overs, what we could have been looking at in that first innings. You could sort of day the sort of pitch if we'd started without the rain, where 320, 330 could have been par.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's testament to the quality of the pitch, of course, but also just the quality of women's cricket and how it's advanced over the last few years. I remember seeing Surrey play Lancashire at Guildford in about 2016, 17, and I'll try to remember some of the details.
Yeah, I feel your story doesn't have much body without the details.
Well, the details are that Lancashire got about 228 or so, and Surrey.
I remember the game.
Surrey were about 201 for 3, and Adish Cranstone was going brilliantly, and then she was caught at deep mid-wicket. And I rather naively said, well, then Surrey's still going to win this. They only need 27 in 10 overs. Kate Cross did not bowl. Slow bowling was on throughout the back end of the innings. Pace off. This has been thwacked. And,
I think that's bounced just in front of Paige Scholfield. She's done very well to, well, 1, stop the boundary, and 2, keep all of her teeth there, I think.
Yeah, let's take a look at this on the replay, see how close she got to that. Oh, yeah. That's a nasty one. You want to dive forward, but you also want to retain your mouth shape.
Well, I mean, she's on the top retainer for the 100. She could afford a few new teeth, I'm sure, could she not? Where's the commitment?
Exactly. Exactly. You've got insurance.
Yes.
But yes, the point I'm trying to make is that basically that the batting depth kind of fell away. Partly because it's not the professional era, and so players are just not hitting as many balls during the week. And scores of 230, 240 were going to be winning scores even on good decks, whereas here, end of the over 77 without loss. Just the power. We saw some shots earlier today. There was one from Alice Davidson-Richards which will stick in the head, an incredible firmly struck off drive that pinged off the side screen and back onto the field of play. Just the power and the timing that you see now makes these boundaries not big enough, makes these pitches so good that we're going to see, you would think, higher and higher scores. It's not necessarily been the case today across the country, but we know Beckenham is a pretty happy hunting ground for batters as change bowler.
Yeah, it is, and no, you do make a really good point there. Back in the 2016 to 2019 era, 230, you would have been aiming for that. That would have been your target. But now, game on.
Well, I mean, Surrey got their 240 odd with 17 overs to spare.
on a wet outfield.
Yeah.
Where there probably could have been 4s instead of 1s.
Now Danni Gregory is into the attack. And, she will bowl above the eye line leg spin, which can be terrifically effective. Think of, if you're wondering, if you're not familiar with Danni Gregory, she's like the opposite of a Sarah Glenn leggy. Sarah Glenn will bowl it sort of flatter and wicket to wicket. Danni Gregory will make you think, ooh, that's there, and then it'll sink and it'll dip. She'll get revs on the ball.
Yeah, she's always going to target your stumps as well, so you can't rely on width.
And occasionally one will slip out of the hand, which will happen with leggies. But just checking, the umpire's just checking to make sure that that's not above waist height. Nope.
Yeah, those are the balls as a batter as well that you don't really want to get, because
it's
a genuine wicket-taking delivery.
Yes, there's a slightly profane phrase, isn't there, in cricket, that we will not repeat on the Surrey live stream.
Good hands there by Kira Chatley. Really tidy take down the leg side, very full. Lost sight. Just kept her hands low to hit the stumps.
You feel a bit for the leggy on a day like today, because her fingers being cold. With an off spinner, it's slightly different. You can almost sort of roll a ball, or you can cut it off your fingers. But with a leggy, you've got to be able to feed it. You've got to be able to get your fingers through it. I've often wondered if that's part of the reason why you get a load more leggies in Australia and India and Pakistan, because actually you don't have to warm up. But learning to be a leggy in April is not fun.
No, you're right. And we spoke in the first innings that it looked like Amanda Jade Wellington was struggling a little bit because the seam was a bit damp and slipping out of her hand.
Flatter this time. Pulled away, but again there's two fielders out on the leg side boundary. Yeah, and it's cold. It's cold and it's wet and it's nasty.
It is.
Yep. Gregory's just getting into her work here. She's not had dragged down yet. If anything, she's veering more towards over pitching, which is what you want as a skipper. That's exactly where she wants it.
Yeah, and she's played such a pivotal role, particularly for the Stars in the last few seasons. She'll come on and she'll bowl 10 overs on the bounce and really tie up an end, and that'll be her role here, to really get through her overs, going as few as she can as possible, and just driving that required run rate up for Somerset, drying up some boundaries with any luck.
Dot to end the over, 6 from it. The required rate just creeping up. Still in touch though, Somerset. They've got all 10 wickets in hand. They can sort of look at this as a T20 here. You see the worms there. Somerset consistently just below Surrey, but in touch, you'd say. And with all those wickets in hand, with batting to come, Luff, Fran, Wilson, Charlie Dean, next 3. Amanda Jade Wellington can give it a bit of a biff as well. So Capsey coming back into the attack as she swapped ends. Yep.
Yeah, I think from a Somerset perspective, I think coming out of that power play, I would have wanted to be ahead of the run rate, knowing that moving into the second phase of the game, where there are 4 fielders out of the ring, that boundaries aren't going to come as easily. So they do have their work cut out for them, but partnerships are going to be key here, and if they can maintain a strong partnership, then they might be able to see themselves across the line.
Well, they've got a platform. They need another 155 in 19 overs. At the moment, they're just content to knock it around, take the singles, stay in touch. But as long as Heather Knight's there, then we saw. I know the last Ashes isn't a great advert for it, but in the game that finished in the rain, she was accelerating towards what might have been a very dramatic finale in what proved to be the decisive match, and she can up the ante.
Yeah, her short format game really excelled last summer, particularly during the 100. She was really impressive and had some really strong innings during the 100.
Oh, now then, she's got away with that, this Corney. looking to pull that much more to the older side. She's got a little bit lucky as it skewed up and over Capsey's head. Takes the single. Are you able to sort of say to yourself, you know, look at the score and go, right, reset. This is now a short form game. We've got 10 wickets in hand. There's 18 overs left.
I think.
Lucky. Slight misfield on the boundary, if you can call it that. It was hit very firmly by Heather Knight, who has moved to 50 from 45. She's had a tough winter as Heather Knight, but she remains and will forever be an icon of English women's cricket. She's hit that very firmly as well. It's a tough ask out there on the boundary.
I think a lot of different players approach it in a different way. Some might look at it as it's a T20 and then how you break it down from there, and others might look at, okay, what's our run rate required? What's the gap? So how many balls have we got, and what's the gap in between above or below the run rate? Or how many runs do we feel comfortable chasing in the last 2 overs, in the last 18 balls, and then working backwards from there. So it's a very personal preference how people go about that chase. But yeah, it's an interesting insight.
Capsey, I think, just be a little bit irritated there that the non-striker was just in her way, perfectly within her rights to be as well, but didn't quite manage to stop that as it came back towards it, wringing her wrist there, jammed it or jarred it on the ground. And it just picks out the fielder at extra cover, so 8 off the over, that's keeping them in touch. 91 without loss after 15. I tell you, we've got a few games here at Beckenham, and if the weather holds, we might see some pretty stratospheric scores, is my feeling. I've watched a bit of men's cricket here at Beckenham, and I think I'm right in saying that there was a game here Surrey played where pretty much all bar one of them got to 50. It was I know what it was. It was the highest score that any side had made when no one had got 100. And it was a preposterous score. It was like nearly 600.
Cricket's silly,
9
isn't it?
half centurions, yeah.
What silly stats. You don't get this in any other sport. You don't get this in football. You don't get this in rugby. What a strange but fun stat to be able to share with someone.
I got very emotional about it. Oh, that's beautifully played. Mid-off is up inside the circle, and Corney got that straight enough, the fielder's right, and picks up 4th. The first ball of the over puts a bit of pressure on Gregory.
That's a good start to the over there.
Had mid-off just been right on the edge of the circle, might have given her a little bit more time, and now actually the fielder has gone back right to that edge. That'll be wided down the leg side.
Yeah, the pressure's on Gregory here now. Not the best start to the over she'd have wanted. I'm sure she'll have a plan in mind.
A bit quicker, a little bit flatter that time. She's mixing it up. She's not landed as often as she would have liked with the slower, loopier ball. Had a couple in the first over that just turned and gripped a touch. There's a big gap on the offside, so an easy single.
Yeah, that backward point region's very open. She is inviting the batters to try and play off the back foot through that deep backward point region, but saying, I am going to hit the stumps though, so you know, if you are going to give yourself some space, you better make sure you hit it, because if you don't, I will.
Again, straight, pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. Danni Wyatt-Hodge out there. She's not wearing a normal number, she's wearing 22 instead of the normal 28 you see when she plays for England.
Ah yes, well Ailish Cranston does wear number 28.
Oh, I see. So Cranston, who's been at Surrey way longer.
Yeah.
Pecking order.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite right. That's a super bit of fielding, that. Davidson-Richards at short fine leg. It's difficult for me to get my head around it because I see DWH out the boundary so much. I look for 28, you know.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned earlier, and I couldn't quite work out why. And then when you said that her usual number's 28, I thought, okay, well, I definitely know who wears 28.
She's got that away as Knight. She's looking ominous here. She moves to 56. And the 100 is up. A 100-run partnership in pursuit of 238 to win this game. Not many people gave them a chance, but I tell you what, with 17 overs to go, 10 wickets in hand, they're as well positioned as they could hope to be here. The pressure is on. More from Kirstie, and then to take you through the next 8 overs, it'll be Cam Ponsonby.
Yeah, this is the start that Somerset would definitely have wanted, and if it was offered to them, they would have absolutely grabbed. But it's been a really well timed and really well planned innings here. Knight just showing her experience and guiding Corney through with her, and Corney playing second fiddle, but going nicely. Run rate still below what's required. It is creeping up towards 8, so something to be mindful of. Currently going at 6.44 per over, with Alice Capsey returning at the City end.
Well, for people who like patterns, at the end of the 8th over, last ball of the 8th over, Somerset brought up their 50, at the end of the 16th, brought up their 100. Capsey to continue.
That is a fun fact. I like that.
Did you actually like that one?
I did like that.
Oh, nice.
So what comes at 24? My 8 times tables are one of my weakest.
That's what I saw. I think we'll be looking at 150 after 24. I think between me and Dan, we've got the patterns of the 50s. We've got the Surrey Kent game, men's game from however many years ago. It's been getting a lot of airtime today.
It has.
Heather Knight does look in such control of this innings, cruising along at just above a runner ball.
Yeah, and it feels like Corney's just starting to join the party with her as well. She looks confident, she looks clear. She's looking a bit more dynamic at the crease.
Just almost yorks herself after skipping down the crease. I was on with Katya earlier, and I'll tell you this stat, so it's new to you and for anyone now listening. Since 2018, Heather Knight has only played 14 domestic List A games, but slight appeal, but that ball was always drifting down leg side. But in those 14 one-day games she has played, she scored 1,041 runs at an average of 104. So she's on pace to match that. And Somerset will need that if they're hoping to leave with a victory. No run, but Corney's been very positive and very kind of proactive on getting on that back foot to Capsey, pulling her off a length.
Yeah, she's very quick to get back and across. I like it. The common thing that when people go back and across, their hands sometimes drop, but she's keeping her hands nice and high and getting on top of the ball.
Goes for the heaves, gets a bottom edge. That's an over into the column of Surrey there. Just 3 off it from Alice Capsey's 4th over. The score is 106 for none after 17 overs. Just explain that a little bit more for me. So their hands drop when they go back and across. What do you mean by that, and why is that a problem?
Well, a common mistake people make when they want to get across onto that off stump just to open up the leg side is that actually instead of keeping their hands high as they make that movement, their hands drop.
Okay.
So when your hands drop, obviously you then close the face, you top edge, or you end up getting underneath it and you know, either spooning it to mid-wicket or deep mid-wicket. So, but she's very positive. She's loading her back leg. She's keeping her head and eyes nice and level and staying over the top of the ball. And then, unfortunately, she's hit the fielder there. But she's made a really clean, powerful connection with the ball.
She sweeps powerfully. She finds the gap. They might be able to turn for 2. They are able to do so. Corney just looking to shift through the gears a little bit here. I suppose about the depth of Somerset's batting lineup. So we'll get to a position where, yes, they've got 10 wickets in hand, but the run rate is just under 8 and over, and that can really accelerate and go north very quickly.
Yeah, I get the feeling that they're looking for a boundary. you know, that last heave in the last over, at the end of the last over, I don't think they've said to themselves, we must pick up a boundary at the start of the over just to ease ourselves in, or at least the boundary and over. So pressure's on here. It'll be interesting to see how they respond. That's a lovely
lofted
response.
high. That is absolutely stunning from Heather Knight. The ball has flown for 6. It was the cleanest strike. You heard the crispness as it came off the bat, advancing down the wicket. A full free swing of the bat. We'll eventually see the ball land. We won't. It went that far. She moves on to 63. They've got a slightly kind of a, what's the word? Kind of a weighted top order. Top 5 is very experienced.
And that's why this start's so important for them. But just looking, if you're looking at the bottom of the screen here, so 122 required from 92. So when I was speaking to Dan earlier at how people approach the short format, I mentioned about the gap. So the gap at the moment would be 30. So they need 122 from 92. So they're wanting to reduce that gap with every delivery, which they certainly are at the moment.
Now Corney joins the party with a kind of flat batted drive over mid-off. An extraordinary shot that's gone for 6. Just full of length. I think Corney was on about 6 of 21 to begin her innings. She's really found her flow.
I think that's Heather Knight's influence as well. She's gone about her game and accumulated the runs so that Corney could just, you know, sit back and relax and build into her innings, and now she's really finding her feet in here. Gregory's line just slightly drifting, a little bit wide and outside of off stump, so that does give the protection to play over there, over the top of mid-off.
Gregory gets away with it there. They just had a fielding change there, sorry. Square leg came up into the ring, mid-off dropped out, and whilst it does give Gregory that protection for that straight 6, it means if you're straight on your line at all, there's no one kind of square on the boundary on the leg side. But end of the 18th over, the score is 122 for none. It looks like we're going to have a change of bowling. Alice Davidson-Richards will come into the attack. All Surrey bowling changes are, of course, sponsored by SSE Energy Solutions.
Yeah, this could be a very positive bowling change. Alice Davidson-Richards will use her change-ups a lot here. So one thing we didn't see from Somerset, and particularly from their seamers, was many changes in variation, changes in pace, cutters, back of the hand, slower balls, which is something that ADR brings into her game a lot, and it's a good wicket-taking option here for Surrey. So just keep an eye out on what she's doing with the hand.
Would this have been the plan for Surrey, or was Davidson-Richards coming on as that wicket-taking option? If things were all going well, would she be bowling? That's a top edge. Fielder settling underneath it, and that is comfortably held. Davidson-Richards with the golden arm.
I think that was the plan.
The perfect plan, and kind of a bit of a drag down, a leading edge that finds itself all the way out to Alice Monaghan at deep square leg. I believe it was Monaghan the fielder, we will confirm that.
Yeah, that's a horrible catch. That is a spinny, swirling catch coming out of a dark grey sky with a ball that's not as white as it would be.
It was just a length delivery that was shuffling down the leg side. Very casually and calmly taken by Monaghan, who we have been talking about as one of the best fielders in the domestic game. And now, despite Somerset's fantastic start, such as the influence of Heather Knight, you feel with just that one wicket the game swings back in favour to Surrey. Daniel Norcross has come with us to inspect the wicket. Let us know what you think of this off air.
I don't think she started with a cutter there either. I think it's just a straight ball.
And the ever impartial Dan Norcross walks off with a fist pump. It's lovely. It's a wonderful experience commentating with Daniel, because the complaints often directed towards the Surrey live stream is that it's sometimes a bit not impartial enough, that there are people who are being a bit biased towards Surrey. Then you have Daniel Norcross actively celebrating wickets on commentary, and it's hard to deny such accusations. But what can you do? Fran Wilson has come to the crease. Yet more experience for Somerset. So She'll be at 3. One assumes that Sophie Luff will be at 4, followed by Charlie Dean. And Katie Jones, the teenage wicketkeeper, at 6. So it'll be up to the experienced heads to put as much of a dent into this total as possible. So explain to me more about this gap. So what is it if it's 116 to win off 89 balls? So you have the gap of 27 runs there. What does that mean? What does that mean in the player's head? Is it just a case of trying to narrow it?
So if we were taking that down to the last over, that would be they were requiring 27 runs off the last 6 balls, if you think of it from that way. So what they want to do is try and close that gap as much as possible, so that then the run rate becomes closer to 1 a ball. So instead of looking at it from a run rate perspective, you're thinking actually how many runs, how many balls, and how do I chip away at that gap to make it smaller and smaller and smaller, to make it more manageable towards the back end of those, the final 5 overs.
Davidson-Richards looked to potentially just roll her fingers over that one. The ball crashes into Corney's pad and they pick up a leg by. So that makes sense. The idea is that by the end, eventually, in the best case scenario, you need 6 off 6, and you've closed the gap, and then all you have to do is actually win the game.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, lots of people look at it in different ways. That's one way that, dating way back to when Surrey weren't professional and it wasn't regional cricket. That was one method of looking at it.
It's a beautiful shot from Fran Wilson. She's not rewarded with a run, but I imagine she's feeling very, very good about herself after that second delivery.
Yeah, if you're timing an on-drive second ball into your innings, you're going to feel quite good about that, even if it wasn't for any runs.
So far, a very fine over from Davidson-Richards. She just drops her length. And has Fran Wilson been able to find the gap? She hasn't. Very well fielded by Macdonald-Gay, who gathered and threw extremely quickly, preventing the second run. What looked like it could have been 4 for Somerset, is instead just 1 run to the total.
And I think this is where the difference, or where the game may be won here for Surrey. And these minor things that, that clean pick-up and quick release from Macdonald-Gay, where Somerset may have fumbled that, and there would have been 2.
Short again. Corney misses out there. Davidson-Richards looks sheepishly to her teammates, thinking she might have just got away with that one at the end of the 19th over. The score is 125 for 1. Let's go back to the boot camp video. The documentary that was shown in the innings break. That's a little kind of 7-second snippet that always makes me laugh, where you see Davidson-Richards pretending to practice a putt with an orange cricket stump, and then missing it and throwing the stump on the ground. So even in the kind of concocted world where she's taking the putt to win the Masters, she's missed it, which I think is a shame.
Well, I have played 1 round of golf with ADR, my only ever round of golf, and I can confirm her short game is not her strength.
Well, we have another change of bowler, as always, sponsored by SSE Energy Solutions. Ryana Macdonald-Gay is coming in to the attack. You big golfer? I feel like it's kind of a contractual agreement for some cricketers.
Terrible golfer.
That's good. It's what me and Daniel like to hear. Macdonald-Gay starts with a delivery just sneaking down the leg side. It's clipped out to Davidson-Richards, who does the fielding down at fine leg.
My first and only game of golf was at Desert Springs.
Well,
and it was supposed to be fun.
Yeah?
Yeah, we were going to play I think is it 4 ball?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And I got put on a team with Fran Wilson, Alice Davidson-Richards and Johan Myberg.
Wow. Who's the best out of that lot? Also, Desert Springs, even I recognise that. That sounds like a fancy place.
Desert Springs in Spain, we were on a pre-season tour, so it was we were Stars, and then there was, who was there? Northern Diamonds and Western Storm. So we had a rest day and we played 18 holes of golf. I've never played 18 holes of golf before in my life. I think in the second hole I had tears in my eyes.
It's driven strongly down the ground by Corney. She might get 4 here. She will get 4. That brings up a half century off 60 deliveries. A very, very fine innings from Corney. After what was a difficult start, she was really getting a working over from Alice Monaghan. She was on 6 off about 20 deliveries. She's been going better than a runner ball here. I bring it up in fine fashion. Almost dead straight, almost crashing into the stumps at the opposite end. But she's guiding her team on their way so far.
The faintest of touches, and that could have been the end of Fran Wilson's innings.
That's pulled hard, but she'll only get 1 for her troubles. Phoebe Franklin does the work. So 18 holes on that day and never again.
No, I'll stick to top golf, I think. It's much more fun.
Perfect. Well, even that's kind of training, getting better,
Yeah,
improving.
Yeah.
I'm resigned to the fact that I know golf will get me one day, but I like to think that I can avoid it for as long as possible. There is a little bit of rain falling, not for the first time today. Wide ball signalled by Nigel Long. Yeah, I've got my laptop in front of me and it is just getting some droplets of rain across it. So Duckworth-Lewis is something we'll have to be aware of. Kind of make sure people know what the required targets are, totals. Dot ball. Oh, goodness me. Wyatt-Hodge slipping and sliding. You don't want to let the umpire see that too much. Or maybe if Surrey end up behind on Duckworth-Lewis, you want to keep falling over as often as possible. Get yourself off the ground.
Yeah, that ball just did a little bit off the pitch actually there at Macdonald-Gay. She does get seam movement. She has taken many a wicket from a bit of movement off the seam and taken the top of off stump, so...
That's cut behind square. That will be 4 for Fran Wilson. An expensive over from Macdonald-Gay, 11 off it. After 20 overs, it's 136 for 1. And that gap between runs to win and balls remaining, it's at 24. So they're chipping away. See the replay here. Not even that much width on offer from Macdonald-Gay. Fran Wilson forces the issue. Gets the ball behind square.
She's opened her wrists really nicely there and just guided that pass backward point. A few of the Surrey girls that are, I think, either injured or not in the squad today, just making their way around the boundary. Not very far, one on crutches, so I'm sure she won't be straying too far.
There were a few there's a few walking wounded Surrey players at the moment. We got the email yesterday, kind of explaining why each of them were absent from today. Short again. Corney's potentially got that in the gap, but once again Macdonald-Gay sweeps up, keeps it to 1. He's really working hard out on that boundary edge.
I think Macdonald-Gay could probably be on the list of some of the best fielders.
This is a good list. We can work on this throughout the season.
She is absolutely rapid. And she will put her body behind anything.
Oh, you weren't here earlier when I put my name in. Not my name personally. That'd be a hell of a claim.
That is.
I wanted to add Lindsay Smith to the conversation.
Okay, yeah.
Pulls again out to deep square leg. It'll be just be 1. And I want to caveat this with I haven't seen her fielding enough to comment on her all-round fielding ability, but her throw rockets. She got a very excellent run out during the World Cup. I was hoping you were going to agree with me kind of vociferously and loudly here, but I feel like you're not too sure.
I'll be honest,
yeah?
I didn't see that much of the World Cup because I didn't have the access to the service that it was being broadcast on. So I will have to take your word for it.
That is a fantastic shot from Emma Corney. She's pulled in front of square so well throughout her innings. She's so early on that. She's basically hit that through long on. We'll see the replay here again.
I mean, get her to the Madrid Open.
A little forward press there as well. She kind of feigned that she was going to run down the wicket at Davidson-Richards. Rocked back. She's playing a hell of a hand here. Well,
I wonder if Surrey have actually underestimated Emma Corney here. Obviously they would have done their scouting and gone through player strengths, and maybe they just have not necessarily written her off, but you know, thought our main threats here are Heather, Fran, Sophie Luff, Charlie Dean, and maybe not thought too much about Emma Corney.
Short again, the off-cut from Davidson-Richards. See her turn away and have a giggle to herself.
Well, she must have got a bit of glove on that because it's not been given wide and back to the other end, so a right dot there. I'm not sure about this short ball plan here for Alice Davidson-Richards, because anything that's come short, it's been dealt with really well by both batters. So I'm wondering why the plan is still in place.
Davidson-Richards in again, tucked away down leg side. My attempts to get up Corney's list A statistics on Cricket Archive are failing. So thanks to a rogue firewall. So if Hypercaused is listening and you can send us a screenshot, that'd be very useful. I don't blame Surrey necessarily too much for potentially underestimating her. She really was struggling early on in her innings, but she's played beautifully since about her 20th delivery. Fran Wilson in behind. That's the end of the 21st over. The score is 143 for 1. 95 runs to win, 72 balls remaining. This is a very, very good cricket match in the making. See the worm there. Can't think of two colours less suited to be on the same graphic. When we play the Blaze, that'll be crystal clear. But what can you do? I was very disappointed to see both teams turning out today in black. I wanted a variety of colours on show. See the scorecard here. Heather Knight went for a very fine 64-54. Emma Corney unbeaten on 58, and Fran Wilson just getting her work underway. Would you say Somerset are officially favourites now?
No.
Here we go. Sorry, through and through.
Sorry. I'll think about that one and then come back to you.
Bit of a change up from Macdonald-Gay. Corney drops the ball into the leg side. It's just one. Sophia Dunkley does the fielding.
I don't think Surrey will be thinking they've not got the game here. I think the ball is in Somerset's court, but there's a lot of work to be done here still. And the game can change very quickly.
Macdonald-Gay with the appeal, sneaking down leg side. I always think that if you're fielding, the game can change very quickly in favour of Surrey currently, but it can't necessarily change very quickly in favour for Somerset.
It's Somerset's game to lose.
Okay. The pressure's on. Daniel Norcross is standing behind with a cup of tea, and it looks lovely. Necessary. He's failed to take my hint there, but that's fine. It's okay. He's normally a generous man. Wilson skips down the track, and they will pinch a single.
And this is going to be a really important phase here, these next 5 overs, because singles won't do it. So Surrey will be happy to concede singles as long as they're not regularly scoring boundaries.
Wilson advances, Corney advances, sorry, and an under edge. Will it be cut off? It is cut off by Davidson-Richards. Very fine piece of fielding. And that's that aggression you've been talking about, Katie, where singles won't do it. So Somerset have to show aggression. The required run rate is just a touch over 8 and over. See Corney run down the wicket.
And the minute that run rate gets to 9 or 10, Surrey will be thinking, yep, this is good, I'm happy.
Davidson-Richards has done fantastically well there. For all money, I thought that had probably gone for 4 and we were just going to ignore it. Bold! A huge breakthrough for Surrey as Macdonald-Gay cleans up Corney. And the game swings once more. Well, Katie, I imagine we have to revise our status of the game. Corney goes for a very well-made 61. We'll see the replay here. Just a full delivery, angling in on leg stump.
Yeah, and you kind of got the sense here that Somerset were chasing a boundary. They were looking for something, and the intent to score runs and score boundaries was coming. And I think the pressure maybe just got a little bit the better of Emma Corney here, and out comes Charlie Dean instead of Sophie Luff.
So another surprise promotion in the batting lineup. We had Alice Monaghan promoted earlier in the first innings, up to 5, and we have Charlie Dean in at 4 above her skipper Sophie Luff. So 91 off 67 balls.
At the risk of sounding condescending, and I certainly don't want it to be construed that way, but Charlie Dean's batting has come on so much in the last few years that I'm really happy for her, actually. And it goes to show that if you do put the work in, you can really turn your game, because she was just a spinner. She was a very, very good spinner that could hold a bat, but she is now a threat with the bat, and that's huge for her in terms of her performance and her selection in the England team, and how she can contribute to winning games with bat and ball in hand.
And she's away immediately with a single into the leg side. You're absolutely right. Dean is arguably one of the most complete cricketers in the country, kind of with bat, ball and field. End of the 22nd over. The score is 148 for 2. A vital breakthrough for Surrey, with both openers now dismissed. We see our favourite worm back again. You'll see the maroon of Somerset just dipping below the line of Surrey, but keep an eye on that final stage of the Surrey innings, the sharp increase. Run rates. I think this means which over it is, how many runs were scored off it. I love learning though, so it's fine.
It's an interesting worm, I like that.
Cruising along at 6 and over. Don't even mean to be so condescending about that graph.
No, I didn't. Yeah. I'm glad you explained it, because I was trying to get my head around it at the same time. So
we are here to educate and entertain. That's what our boss John Surtees tells us. We occasionally do one, very rarely both.
Learning from each other as we go.
Davidson-Richards to continue. Short and punched into the offside. Davidson-Richards, arguably the most expressive cricketer I've had the pleasure of commentating on. Whenever you see her turn, she has a different facial expression, very much displaying her exact feeling at that point in time. It's well played by Charlie Dean, and potentially an indicator of just how different batters play different deliveries. I think that similar length, Emma Corney had been trying to pull it well in front of square. Charlie Dean's kind of getting inside the line of it, I guess, and working it into the offside.
Yeah, the thing I like about Alice Davidson-Richards is she'll always give you some emotion, but she's very she'll let it go very quickly.
Short again, this time pulled by Fran Wilson. Hypercourse has indeed responded to their call to action. It was Emma Corney's 5th List A 50. Her career best is 82, which she scored for Devon versus Warwickshire last year. Somerset bring up their 150. They don't quite follow the pattern. They've gone a bit faster this time. Bring it up halfway through the 23rd over rather than the last ball of the 24th. Short again, cut. And Charlie Dean will get 4 runs for her efforts. Again, she was so early on that ball that she was able to strike it well in front of square, well out of reach of Sophia Dunkley on the boundary. And the game continues. Despite that wicket, Surrey haven't quite been able to put the brakes on the run rate. See the replay here.
Yeah, that's short and wide, and that's got what it's deserved, 100%. Much better from Alice Davidson-Richards there. That's the line I'd like to see her bowling. I understand why she's not bowling full. I think these two are very strong down the ground. However, this boundary is very short, wide. So there is an element of risk and reward. I'm not sure she's going to take wickets bowling short, but I don't think it's wickets that Surrey are after at the moment.
Charlie Dean tucks the ball into the leg side. Will they turn for 2? It won't manage to get back in time, so they settle for 1. At the end of the 23rd over, it's 155 for 2. I believe Kirstie is on her way, and Katya Witney will be taking her place. Around the grounds we have a fantastic game also up at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire require 18 runs to win, chasing 209, and they are 9 down. So a tense finale up at Edgbaston. I believe Durham defeated Essex very comfortably earlier today. If I can find the fourth game for you, I'll report on it.
Lancashire.
Lancashire,
they won.
Cruised to victory against the Blaze.
Century for Emma Lamb, unbeaten century for Emma Lamb. Was saying earlier it's a big year for her.
That's a big win. The Blaze and Lancashire, that's two heavy hitters meeting early on in the season. Right, we have a change of bowling, brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. Phoebe Franklin, who did open the bowling, is coming back for her second spell. So we have 10 overs remaining, 83 to win, 8 wickets in hand. It's that topic that Dan Norcross touched upon earlier on today. Can you flick your mindset almost into a T20, or do you? 8 and over in a T20 with 8 in hand, you probably feel more comfortable. Short from Franklin, that's pulled very powerfully. They will only get one. Wyatt-Hodge fields at deep mid-wicket.
See, I was just saying to Dan that I don't think Somerset could do this, but when you put it like that, 8 wickets still in hand, it feels more doable.
Without wishing to... I don't know, maybe I'm not giving enough credit to Somerset's lower order. Cut away, and that's dropped. A very sharp chance. And Monaghan is thrown at the stumps. No one's backing up. They scamper through for a single.
Was that a necessary throw? Was she out of her ground?
I don't think it was a necessary throw. It was a throw of frustration, I believe. It was a sharp chance. Wilson struck the ball very firmly. It's just died on Monaghan at the last second. I gave her the benefit of the doubt. It may not have carried. I think watching that replay back in live time, I don't think Monaghan even had time to think about the throw. I think she just wanted to get rid of the ball with a sense that there might have been an opportunity. As a return to Somerset's lower order, here we go. One more time on the replay. Cut, and just at the last second it drops. Yorking Monaghan at cover. Pulled away for one. What I mean by in relation to Somerset's lower orders isn't necessarily a question of quality or ability, but I think of experience.
Yeah.
And the change from having someone as experienced as Sophie Luff at 5 to Jones, who is currently carded at 6, who, whilst a fantastically talented young player and very well thought of very early in her career, pulled out to square leg again. So I've been very short in their lengths this innings.
It's always been when it was Western Storm as well, a very young side, Somerset. And that's, you sense what they'll be battling with. That's the difficulties they've had over the last few years. Spoke to Sophie Luff actually a few weeks ago before the start of the season, and she said yes, this is a long-term plan, thinking of really nurturing this group of players.
Well bowled Phoebe Franklin, just that natural bit of movement into the right-hander. Just 4 runs off the 24th over. It's 159 for 2. I believe it looks like I'm going to be doing one more over, because Daniel Norcross is deep in conversation over to my right-hand side. Just to follow on your point, we see the match summary here. 79 required off 54 balls, so 79 off the last 9 overs. Knight and Corney with half centuries apiece. Wilson and Dean currently at the crease on 12 and 9 respectively. I saw an interview with Trevor Griffin, and referring to the fact that this is the last few years about rebuilding and kind of the long-term nature of this project. Another change of bowling. Alice Capsey to return. It's brought to you by SSE Energy Solutions. So a return to spin. Capsey started off smartly enough, and she will continue to do so. Well bowled from Capsey. A fantastic start. Wilson's trying to force the issue, make room, but just gets a little bit cramped at the very end. 4 overs, none for 21 to begin with for Capsey. Wilson takes a big step across the offside. Miss hits a sweep into the very vacant leg side area. Capsey is bowling with a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket and a long on. Her only other fielder on the leg side is at 45, short fine leg. So if Somerset do wish to drop the ball into the leg side and take their 1s and 2s, they're more than welcome to do so. It's
getting into that territory though where 1s and 2s aren't quite enough.
I believe that's exactly the cat and mouse game that Surrey are offering Somerset, saying you're more than welcome to nudge the ball around and take your easy runs. But it won't be enough. Surrey got away with that last ball. Got a bit of a drag down the leg side. Was hit to the fielder at 45. It's well cut again, just for one run. Sometimes it's a bit of the downside of having a short boundary to one side, that if you beat the sweeper, the angle actually isn't big enough by the time it reaches the boundary to be able to force a two and run into kind of where the ball hits those little pockets that are unguarded. Dunkley doing the work on the boundary. One more run to the total. Very gallant and brave Daniel Norcross has just given Katya his coat. We all look after each other here on the Surrey live stream.
It's a very thick coat. It's lovely.
They've turned for two. It could be a run-out. It was just short. 2 runs to the total for Charlie Dean. And amidst all the excitement of the coat transfers, there's going to be another change of personnel in the commentary box. Goodness me, Daniel's proud of me for that one. I'm done for the day, but to see you home for what is set to be a very, very exciting finish here at the County Ground Beckenham. It's Daniel Norcross, and for now there's a little bit more from Katya Witney.
Yeah, you sense at the minute that Somerset are happy to take those 1s and 2s, but they'll have to break out at some point. These two not necessarily the natural players to do that, but said before, I'm a big advocate for Charlie Dean batting higher up the order, and this gives her the perfect platform to show that. Big conversation between captain and bowler before the start of this over.
Well, I never. This is going to be exciting, you fancy. Everything is set up. And there's clouds around. There's a potential for rain. There could be Duckworth-Lewis. We could have a last over scramble. Who knows? It's been hoiked away, but there is Sophia Dunkley out there. Singles are okay as long as there is the occasional boundary for Somerset. For Surrey, a wicket makes all the difference. There you can see the Duckworth-Lewis par is 162. It's 165 at the moment. 1 wicket would shift the equation in Surrey's favour. 4 or 5 more singles. And this over keeps Somerset ahead of that.
Yeah, I have to say, I don't think there'll be any more rain, but it's interesting that that Duckworth-Lewis target is behind what Somerset are currently on.
Do they have separate Duckworth-Lewis targets in men's and women's cricket? You kind of feel they ought to because of the history of the 2 games and how they play out towards the back end.
I don't know, actually. It's not a question I've ever thought about, but that seems like it would be sensible, but then equally I feel like, especially with the women's game, with how quickly it developed and how quickly the power hitting in women's cricket is developed.
It just keeps changing, wouldn't it? You'd have to keep on updating your Duckworth-Lewis. But I suppose you have to do that too with men's cricket.
How many surnames can we add on to Duckworth-Lewis in the next 20 years?
That's a fine shot. And it beats a fielder out at deep extra cover. That's a brilliantly executed drive from Dean. Getting it just past extra cover. A crucial boundary. It wasn't a long half volley. It's just gone past the left hand of extra cover, and I think the fielder might have done a little bit better out there on the boundary, just perhaps mistimed the last step. That's sometimes all it takes. The boundary in the over will keep Somerset ahead of the asking rate.
Yeah, you can see there, that's the 8th run taken off the over, so they've reached pretty much what they need off this over.
Duckworth-Lewis there, 1670, the bottom right hand of the screen, just above where it says to win. And even if it doesn't rain, which I maintain it still might a little bit, it's an indicator. It tells you what the numbers suggest. It's like a kind of WinViz in a way, but based on lots and lots of numbers. Now then, the Surrey County Cricket Club General Committee 2025 election is now open for voting for members. There's a QR code, just point your phone at that. That'll send you through to where you can vote, or you can go onto the website my-vote.com/secure/Surrey CCC. We're a democratic organisation here at Surrey. If you remember, then you will have a vote. Alice Capsey will continue her 6th over. She can only bowl a maximum of 7, don't forget, in this game that's reduced to 33 overs per side.
Just looking to use her feet towards Capsey there again. It's Fran Wilson to do that in the last over as well, and Capsey's last over. Just trying to manoeuvre the right length that she wants to manipulate those singles.
Oh, she just like yorked herself there as Dean. And every dot ball, precious from a Surrey point of view, just ekes a bit more pressure onto Somerset.
Yeah, her eyes lit up there, didn't they, Charlie Dean?
Yep.
Not quite the execution.
Bowling very straight here, Capsey. Saying, look, if you want to play the expansive shot, that's fine, but if you miss it, it's struck on the pad or hits the stumps.
Yeah, a bit flatter there from Alice Capsey.
Again, just another single. You know, Fran Wilson is the taker of one of the most astounding catches I've ever seen live.
Mm?
I think it was Chelmsford against the West Indies, and it was an absolute wonder grab.
Mm.
Do you remember that? Am I remembering that right?
It does ring a bell. It does ring a bell.
It's with the bat that Somerset need her now. Down the leg side.
Oof.
Got that away. Just a loose ball from Capsey, just came out of her hand wrong. Bit of a drag down, got the line wrong, got the length wrong, and Dean's all over that.
Yeah, I think you could see she was trying to repeat that ball earlier in the over. Get it a bit flatter, but unfortunately she just darted it in down the leg side.
Got a bit stuck in the hand, didn't it? You sort of see that, almost like I mean, it's a cold day. You've got cold hands, it'll happen.
This is the 2nd over in a row where Somerset are up with that rate.
Oh, thick edge. Brings a single, so 8 off the over. Somerset managing to make sure that rate never gets quite up to 10. As you can see now, Duckworth Lewis there says 177, so they're 4 runs ahead. It's so tight here. For Surrey, a wicket. A new batter coming to the crease. It's very gloomy out there. We don't have any floodlights. And you know, you don't have floodlights in a white... Well, you do have floodlights in a white ball game, but you hope that you won't need them. Black sight screens and all that, but even though it's a good pitch, starting, coming out to bat needing nearly 10 and over would be tricky, but at the moment there's 2 batters here who are well set.
One of my bugbears about cricket is that floodlights are both the most overused and underused.
Oh yes, okay.
Part of the game at the same time.
Explain yourself. Theorise.
Well, I feel like whenever at a quick run I look up and the floodlights are on. All the time.
Sorry, we have a change of bowler. Association with SSE Energy Solutions. Alice Monaghan is back in the attack.
And yet as soon as it gets the slightest bit dark, the floodlights apparently are not bright enough to
that's
keep
right.
play going. So they are, but they're
Or
always,
they're too bright.
Yeah, but they always seem to be on when you look out of the ground. There feels absolutely no need for floodlights. So both the most overused and underused part of the game.
Well, I read an article on cricket.com.au, I think. Somebody was saying the players have really got to get to grips with bad light. It's not easy, but there is a solution. And the solution is a pink ball. You replace the age of a ball with a pink ball if you're playing red ball cricket. Obviously, you don't get bad light as an issue. I say that, I have actually been at a white ball game where bad light came into play. It was at Worcester where they didn't have floodlights. And I think they played Yorkshire and the ball was dropped out on the boundary. It was deemed too dangerous because it had got too dark. Now, where's that gone? High in the air out towards the mid-wicket. Danni Wyatt does the fielding. It's bounced just in front of her. But a dot and a single to start. And that will take the rate. Well, if there's one off this ball, the rate will move to exactly 10 per over. Really, you start thinking in terms of runs per ball at this stage, getting sort of 2 a ball is what Surrey will be looking to do as quickly as possible. That's what Somerset are trying to avoid here. Oh, now then. Swing and a miss, not far away from Fran Wilson's outside edge.
Yeah, that's well bowled from Alice Monaghan.
Well, saw her coming. Just put it out there wide enough and just short enough. It's quite hard to play the cut when you're on the move. It's a shot you like to play still. And you wait on the back foot.
Another sign of when the game's getting closer, more conversation between the senior players before balls bowled.
It's been carved away nicely, but once again picks out Gregory on the deep extra cover boundary. Just one more.
Yeah, you sense that one of these balls left in the over needs to go for a boundary. It's a quiet over when there's so few left and so many to get. Really hurts.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see Duckworth-Lewis at the end of this over. You feel they're going to want a boundary quite badly here, which could also bring the false shot, of course. Oh, that's really well played. Brilliantly played from Charlie Dean. The situation called for a boundary and she's found it. Jumping across her crease and just flicking it away through fine leg.
Yeah, very clever from Charlie Dean. Knew that even if she didn't get the ball to go for it, that ball had to go for a boundary.
There you see Duckworth, there is 184. Had that ball gone for a single, and Somerset would be on 184. That is the knife edge that we are on here, the county ground, Beckenham. Thrilling finale. Just a single to finish. So 7 off the over, 50 needed from 5 overs, from 30 balls. Plenty of wickets in hand, that's not the issue.
Yeah, but you sense it really needs to be these two, particularly Charlie Dean at this point.
She's batting really well. Look
is.
at those Warhams, they have been, well, in a tight embrace throughout this run chase.
But at no point have Somerset been definitively ahead of the rate.
No. No, and it does make you wonder, just, you know, had we got a nice bright sunny day today, how many runs might we have seen, Katya? I wouldn't be at all surprised if we were watching, you know, 350 plays 330 or 330 plays 331. Now
Long
then,
conversation here.
Davidson-Richards has ball in hand. She's it is going to be ADR. Entrusted. Change of bowler with SSE Energy Solutions. She's got plenty of overs up her sleeve, so if Bryony Smith wants to just bowl her out, she can. She can bowl another 3 overs. I'm not sure that's necessarily the way Smith will go, but she's just mixing it up here.
No, she's that kind of player you go to when you need something special. Dismissed Heather Knight earlier in the day.
Oh, she was in a number of different minds there. Brilliant fielding at backward point by Danni Wyatt-Hodge. Super work. So that had been threaded through. That could have run away for 4.
Yeah, she's been busy on that in that position, Danni Wyatt-Hodge, the last couple of overs. Dean thought about repeating the trick from the previous over, but quickly thought better of it as the ball came back into her.
Yeah, that was a vital save, because if that had squeezed through, it would have been 4 more. Brings Wilson on to strike. Another good bit of fielding, this time by the skipper. The kind of wide-ish extra cover. You could argue 6 runs have been saved there, and now take a look. DLS is at 189. The score's on 190. It could not be any tighter with 28 balls to go. This is the finish we wanted, isn't it, Katya?
It is. Who would have thought?
I mean, it's been a funny old day. It's not exactly played out the way you would in your imaginings Gone, oh, lovely. Cracking the flags.
You know, those can be the best kind of games sometimes, where you know you're on and off a bit. It kind of bubbles along right up into this crescendo of a finish.
Oh, that's a mighty shot. Charlie Dean is keeping Somerset in touch with the chase. Just a little too short from Davidson-Richards, and my goodness, Charlie Dean is looking good. She has thwacked that away.
Yeah, right out of the meat of the bat. Straight into that big gap on the leg side.
Who was it? Was it not a 100% dissimilar ball? I mean, a slower one from Heather Knight that snapped a wicket out there earlier today.
Sophia Dunkley.
That was it. So 44 needed, 27 balls remain. Duckworth-Lewis now at 191 to 194.
Yeah, and as these two keep going on pretty much untroubled, you can sense Somerset even slipping into the favourites tag as we get closer.
Yeah, well, why not? I mean, Duckworth-Lewis says they are. And I'm not arguing with Duckworth-Lewis and Stern. Oh, now then. Good bit of fielding and extra cover by Alice Capsey.
Yeah, she thought about having the throw there, but there was no one backing up, and
I think they want to bowl at Wilson. Now, there's no disrespect to Fran Wilson, of course, a very well-revered England international, but the way Charlie Dean's batting.
One stumped away mat runs crucial as well.
Oh, nearly decapitates. Non-striker picks up another single. I tell you, this is a lovely pitch to bat on, isn't it? You can just see the way the runs are flowing. Duckworth-Lewis now just 2 runs apart from Somerset's current total. 8 runs from the over. They started it needing 10 off the over. They're in touch. Pulled away again, it'll just be the single. So 9 from, 197 for 2. 41 needed, 4 overs to go. This is going all the way.
It is.
50 partnership up as well. And the second wicket went down. 2 new batters at the crease after that fine opening partnership. You wondered if the game was starting to slip away from Somerset, but Wilson and Dean have got things right back on track here. You see there the bowling figures. Bryony Smith wants to. She can get a couple of overs out of Macdonald-Gay. Monahan's got a couple left. She's got plenty of options there. She could have an over of Capsey if she wanted. Another over of Davidson-Richards. I think Gregory's probably bowled out for the day. In part because it's absolutely freezing and she's a leg spinner. I wouldn't want to be trying to bowl leg spin in this. Change of bowler with SSE Energy Solutions again. And what I love about this is that Macdonald-Gay she's seen enough football to know you cover your mouth when you've got some plans going. It's either that or the hands are really cold.
Or she's been around the England camp and she knows that Charlie Dean is actually a skilled lip reader.
And good point. Duckworth-Lewis Stern is on 196. Somerset are on 197. 4 overs to go. This could not be set up better for the first match of Surrey's women in Tier 1. Strikes the pad. They'll scamper through for a single. Every run is going to be contested here.
Yeah, she struggled with her length a bit, Ryana Macdonald-Gay, and Surrey in general have pulled their length back. Charlie Dean and Fran Wilson fairly unconcerned with that so far. I wonder if just getting it a bit fuller, just doing something to disrupt their flow.
So let's just take a look here, because Ryana Macdonald-Gay Charlie Dean paid a wonderful little reverse flick, or a ramp if you like. Now fine leg is up, as is short third. I think she thought about it again. She pulls out towards deep square, but there's Dunkley. Just one more. Brings Wilson back on strike. Good start to the over from a Surrey point of view, and for the first time, I want to say for the first time in the match, Surrey are now ahead. Are they? No, not quite. Not quite. Still a run in it. Oh, swing and a miss. Dot balls greeted with claps on the balcony here at the county ground. Beckenham.
That's well bowled from Ryana Macdonald-Gay. There you go.
It's happened. Duckworth-Lewis Stern 201, Somerset on 199.
That's what they call scoreboard pressure.
Ooh.
First time.
Oh, and again, another short ball. This is good tactics from Macdonald-Gay. Bang it into the pitch. He's got protection out at deep square leg. There's also a long leg, should there be a top edge, and there's a deep mid wicket. So she's bowling to a very specific plan here, Macdonald-Gay.
Yeah, perfectly executed there from Ryana Macdonald-Gay. Just that awkward length where you want to pull. It's not quite there.
Feel they need a boundary in one of these last two balls.
They do.
Oh, superb bowling. Slower, very full. Oh, it's the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Dean comes through for a single. She looks slightly disconsolate about the last three balls there.
Yeah, this is really good stuff from Ryana Macdonald-Gay.
As the 200 comes up, she's only conceded 2 runs off the bat.
Struggled with her accuracy early on, but in the last few deliveries, those have been pinpoint, exactly where she needed them.
Now pressure on Wilson here as the rate has gone up to 2 runs a ball. She'll be looking for the boundary off the last ball of the over. It's down the wicket, skews it. She might just have got it as it squirts away. No, through deep backward point, and she slipped in running the first. And as a result, can only get the single. She would also keep strike.
Might be a bit greasy out there.
Well, there's been moisture in the air all day. It hasn't been raining as such, but there's been mizzle out there. As we see, that was just there.
Yeah.
She slips there, can't get up in time.
Yep, not quite on the cut pitch there as well, just on a little bit of grass where it might be a little bit greasier.
37 to win, 3 overs to go. How important could that 30th over of the innings be? Leg by, a couple of singles, couple of crucial dot balls. Alice Capsey is going to bowl the 31st over. This is very intriguing. Imagine Macdonald-Gay will finish off her own allocation bowling the 32nd.
Yeah, this over feels like the game, doesn't it?
It really does.
It's a big over for Somerset and they're still in it, but another middling or even...
Well, they need at least 10, at least, you would think, of this over. It's driven up to mid-off, then amble the singles. Surrey will be perfectly happy with the singles at this stage. For them, a single's as good as a dot when you need over 2 runs a ball. That asking rate just climbs and climbs and climbs. It's hard to get 2s looking around the outfield, so you feel boundaries are necessary, and that has been hammered down the ground. Well stopped down at long on. They will get back for 2. This fielder had a fair bit of ground to make to her left there.
Yeah, the other point is about Surrey have particularly strong fielders in their side, and these are the kind of situations where you really need your fielders to be on point. It's been a difficult day, a long day, and right at the end of it you need them to be on it.
34 needed off 16. Now then, top edge. Lands it safely in no man's land. They're just going to get the single though. Didn't quite make it out as far as deep mid-wicket. People are speculating, is it raining? Sort of is a bit, but not enough to take the players off. Now you may be wondering why that's not a wide, but because Wilson moves so far outside the off stump, clever bowling from Capsey, she just kept eking that ball further and further away from her driving arc. Crucial dot ball, 33 needed off 14. She's not got hold of that either. Just another single. We said 10 off the over as a kind of minimum. To do that,
this one needs to go.
Needs a boundary, doesn't it? And you see how quickly Duckworth-Lewis is just scampering away now. With 32 needed off 13.
Really drying that ball, really working on it in between deliveries is Alice Capsey. Trying to get any excess moisture off it so she can grip it. Get it to turn.
Just got hold of that one, but it's gone straight down the throat of long on. Franklin with the catch. Dean has to go. And you wonder, with that, maybe Somerset's hopes. The third wicket falls. A great over from Capsey, the 31st of the innings. And Dean knew she needed a boundary off the last ball, hoped that she could get it all the way. She couldn't quite get the elevation. And that is very comfortably taken down at long on.
She didn't even have to move. Straight to her. She had to go.
Well, it was a good knock from Charlie Dean. 41 from 35 balls. An example of why so many people think that over time Charlie Dean will develop into a really effective all-rounder, maybe one day England captain, but today she just had like a little bit too much to do, you fancy. Amanda Jade Wellington, who can clear the boundaries, is coming out now, but with 32 needed off 12, you sort of break that down and you think, well, it's sort of 3 6s, 2 4s and a bunch of singles.
It feels like slightly too much. Doable, but feels like slightly too much. Amanda Jade Wellington, very experienced Australia international.
Yeah, well, the last 3 overs really have belonged to Surrey, haven't they? The last 2 especially, from Macdonald-Gay and then from Alice Capsey. They went into the last 5 overs needing 50. They got 8 or 9 off the first of those 5. And then Macdonald-Gay bowled a brilliant 30th over of the innings. And oof, nearly picked up a second wicket there, as well as Wilson with fine leg up, looking to flick the ball up and over. But it's now almost 3 runs a ball, and at that point it's effectively, you've basically got to be swinging for the boundaries every ball. Just the single. 31 off 10. It is now 3 runs a ball. And this is a big ask for Wellington.
Yeah, not just a big ask, but to come in cold and do it as well.
Yep. That's beautifully played. First ball, dancing around the crease. Put outside off stump and timed so gloriously. Barely any follow through, just a little dab on it. 27 needed off 9, so with Wellington there is still hope, but you fancy, as the power hitter here, somehow she's got to pick up a couple of boundaries and maybe keep strike, because Wilson, somebody more through the middle of the innings, who's going to keep your momentum. You can see 27 off 32 there, but Wellington they need to clear the boundaries. They've got to keep her on strike. She goes again, it's 4 again, through backward point.
Both shots there, watched beautifully onto the bat. It's got so much time.
I wonder if Bryony Smith's going to think about a little change in the field here, because there's a deep square leg out and Macdonald-Gay is feeding the cut. There's nobody down at deep backward point. Either Macdonald-Gay's got to bowl much straighter, or she needs protection.
And again.
Oh my goodness me, what a shot that is. Superbly manipulated through deep third for 4. She's come out, she's in her first 3 balls for 4. She certainly doesn't think this game is over, far from it.
Well, there's either going to have to be a change in the field, or Macdonald-Gay is going to have to change the line of which he's bowling. 3 shots in a row. And that's brought that equation right back down again.
Well, the thing here is, does Wellington look for the single to keep strike, or does she go for the boundary again? Let's take a look. There doesn't seem to be a change in field, so... Well, now, hang on, there might be just... Backward point is coming, yep, a little bit behind square, but there's still nobody out on the offside boundary, which is where Wellington's hit those 3-4. She's going round the wicket, Macdonald-Gay, and this is driven superbly through the offside for 4. What a masterclass that was from Amanda Jade Wellington. 4-4-4-4. 17 from the over, only 15 needed from the last over, and well, this game is now back on.
Yeah, well, you need to get Fran Wilson needs to get Amanda Jade Wellington on strike here.
Oh,
beautiful shot. Straight out of the pitch into the boundary.
I don't think Surrey got that quite right there. I think they need to have protection on the offside. They've got all their fielders on the onside. Macdonald-Gay perhaps came around the wicket a little bit later than she could have done.
You can see Amanda Jade Wellington there almost coaching Fran Wilson in what shot to play.
Who bowls the last over? ADR by the looks of things. Alice Davidson-Richards somehow managing to smile with 15 runs to defend. And you are reading that correctly. Change of bowler with SSE Energy Solutions, by the way. Amanda Jade Wellington has scored 16 off 4 balls. Game looked done and dusted when she faced her first ball. That's going to be 4 more. 5 fours the last 5 balls. 11 needed off 5, and now, well, what about the DLS target is now?
And that was the exact shot that Amanda Jade Wellington was talking Fran Wilson through just in that over break there.
Well, what a thrilling finish we have here. There was a moment ago that just before Wellington's first ball, thought the game might be up. As you see, Duckworth Lewis is only 2 runs away, 11 needed off 5. Still no cover boundary fielder. 5 in the ring on the offside. All 4 are back on the leg side. Every ball critical at this stage. Where's that gone? Out towards long on, just be a single. Brings Wellington back on strike with 10 needed off 4. Can they afford to keep the offside boundary untenanted off Amanda Jade Wellington?
Yeah, Somerset won't feel like getting a single off that ball was any bad thing for them to bring Amanda Jade Wellington back on strike.
Now fine legs come up. So Danni Wyatt-Hodge is going to come out now to deep backward point. So does Wellington risk the flip? A little flip.
They've got 4 balls to get these 10 runs. It's only really... Suddenly that doesn't feel that much.
It doesn't, does it?
No.
So far, Amanda Jade Wellington has faced 4 balls, hit every single one of them for 4. All of them through backward point. There is now a deep backward point. Here we go.
Oh.
It's crunched away. This could be 4 more. Amazing. Amazing stuff. 20 off 5. It's now just 6 needed off 3. And you feel that something has to give. There's got to be a change in field somehow. She's just picked her spot every time through the offside. She's faced 5 balls. She's hit every one of them for 4. Where's she been?
Well, suddenly it makes that crucial partnership between Charlie Dean and Fran Wilson look a little bit like they were making a meal of it.
It does, well. It makes you wonder if Surrey would have been better off not taking the 3rd wicket as well.
Yeah.
And now Alice Davidson-Richards has got a very different look on her face. Right, Dunkley is now out at deep extra cover, so giving 1 through the offside here. There's a long on and deep mid-wicket. Square leg has come up. This needs to be outside off stump. She's gone across her stump. She's got it fine for 4 more. This is one of the most remarkable innings I've ever seen. Amanda Jade Wellington has 24 off 6 balls. When she faced her first ball, 31 were needed off 10.
Yeah. You could hear a pin drop around Beckenham before that delivery was bowled.
Amazing. Just 2 to win, 2 balls left to pull off one of the great heists you will ever see. And I don't see how they can stop her at the moment. She's batting like Bradman. This is remarkable stuff. I don't know what she's saying to Fran Wilson here.
Surely you can't be saying drop it and run.
Well, this is the thing, you see. 1 run brings the tie. How has this happened? Out of nowhere. Here we go. She goes again. It's a pad. They're going to come through for the single now. Shine stumps at the non-strikers and misses by a fraction. The scores are level with 1 ball to go. This is exactly what we wanted, isn't it? Well, I say that.
So
I think it is.
She was trying to go for the boundary there, but...
Now, Kira Chatney hits the stumps there. They need 2 off the last ball. And she was not far away from hitting those stumps.
No, Fran Wilson was already halfway down the pitch by the time Amanda Jade Wellington realised she needed to run.
Now, the whole field is going to come in because the scores are level. Extraordinary scenes. I can't believe I'm saying this. 7 minutes ago, the game was done and dusted. Somerset, and mostly Amanda Jade Wellington, have scored 30 runs in the last 9 balls to draw the scores level. This could now be chaos and mayhem. Mid-wicket's going to come in tight. You've got a short extra cover. Here we go. Last ball, scores level, 1 to win. Gets hold of it, got it away for 4 fantastic runs. An amazing victory for Somerset. From absolutely nowhere, they have won this game. They were on top through much of the run chase. Then they were squeezed almost to death, needing 31 from 10 balls, and then enter Amanda Jade Wellington, who went 4-4, 4-4, 4-4, leg by. Needing 1 to win off the last ball. It's Fran Wilson who delivers the coup de grace in what has been a magnificent end to an extraordinary game of cricket at a high-scoring county ground in Beckenham. Somerset win by 7 wickets with no balls to spare. We said the dawn of a new era, Katya, Witney. We've had fun. Surrey may have not got the result they wanted, but what a barnstorming, extraordinary end to the game.
Yeah, and you can see the relief on Fran Wilson's face there as she went to embrace Amanda Jade Wellington. All the field in, suddenly it becomes an intimidating final ball to face. Oh, what a brilliant finish.
For Surrey, they will be feeling rueful at this stage because they had the game at 31 needed from 10 balls. And then Amanda Jade Wellington picked off 4 boundaries through the offside. They'll possibly reflect on whether or not they quite got the field right quickly enough. After the second boundary, might they have just brought in one of the leg side fielders, maybe had a deep point out. Look, it's a long tournament. They'll have time to reflect on what didn't quite work today. They performed superbly with the bat. They lost a toss that was very significant, you have to say. They didn't have the best of the conditions, but take nothing away from Somerset. That was an amazing run chase, anchored initially by Heather Knight superbly, and you've got to say the entire Somerset team, Wilson, Dean, but Amanda Jade Wellington is going to get the headlines because you don't score 24 off 7 that often.
No.
Especially with 6 fours.
Yeah.
I mean, that was an amazing knock. She's obviously delighted. She knows so many of the Surrey players who play for the Oval Invincibles. There's the match summary. It went down to the very, very last ball. You'll see there that Surrey scored more runs and still somehow managed to lose. Surrey scored 243, but the Duckworth-Lewis adjusted target was 238. Slightly baffled me, I have to say, because Surrey, of course, went out to bat in the worst of the conditions and had their power play reduced. But that's the way the Duckworth-Lewis Stern method works, and we're perfectly happy to take it on board.
You're not salty at all, are you?
No, all I am is slightly baffled. But you see there, Surrey making 243, unbeaten 57 from Davidson-Richards. Any other day she might well have been player of the match the way she performed. 57 from 47. Paige Scholfield continuing a great form from out in Australia, 48 from 43. Wyatt-Hodge 33 from 27, and Alice Capsey a brisk 26. But look at that. Knight 64, Cordy 61, a superb opening partnership when faced with a pretty daunting target of 238 in 33 overs. They didn't panic, they got Somerset off to a great start. Then when those two fell within short order of each other, there was Charlie Dean and Fran Wilson who got the innings back on track. It looked like they might have just gone that little bit too slowly when Dean was out needing 31 of 10 balls. It felt the game was up, but my goodness me, we have seen an extraordinary close, an extraordinary last 10 balls, extraordinary Amanda Jade Wellington with 24 from 7. Look at that partnership, 35 for the fourth wicket. But in, what was that, 10, 11 balls? It's absolutely preposterous cricket. It's been great fun. I've enjoyed every minute of it, Katya. What's your takeouts before we say goodbye?
I think I'm still reeling from that finish, to be honest, and I think that's how Surrey are feeling. I don't think they'll quite understand how they've lost that for a good couple of hours, because we were saying how it was just ticking too far past that Duckworth-Lewis pass score, but Amanda Jade Wellington, all the plaudits. What an incredible finish to a game, and it shows these high-profile overseas players that come into this competition, they really make that difference. And what an opening fixture, opening round of fixtures for the new era of women's cricket.
A new era for women's cricket that hopes to produce players as good as Amanda Jade Wellington that can't get into their national team. That maybe is the takeout that I will make from it, because that was a superb closing knock from Wello, and she took 3 for 42 as well. Crucial wickets that was halting Surrey when they were going great guns. They came back out after the rain break. Now then, we're going to say goodbye. We are back with more Surrey live stream, of course, on Friday, when Surrey take on Somerset again, this time the men in the county championship. 4-day game begins on Friday at the Oval, and then next Wednesday Surrey are back, and we're back here at Beckenham. And if it is half as good a game as this one, it's going to be an absolute stonker. But until then, from Katya Witney, from Cam Ponsonby, and from Kirstie White, it is goodbye.